All right, folks. Uh, Here, let me just add something here. I don't know if Tom Zebra's actually going to show up, folks. So I'm going to put this down below. I got my PayPal up just so that people know that I'm working on a homeless project here in Moncton. We'll be going out to feed the homeless and also see. Well, one thing I do need to do. I am so sorry, folks. Let me get this together here. All right. So, anyways, folks, like I was trying to say, I'm doing a homeless project, feed the homeless here in Moncton, New Brunswick, and the reason I'm doing this is because nobody else will. Um, Here in Moncton, we have probably 150 or so homeless people, and that stay in the shelters and blah blah blah. Um, we only have enough room for about maybe 100. Um, we also have two soup kitchens here. The soup kitchens are only open Monday to Friday. Um, and because of the COVID, nobody is allowed to actually go into the building. What they do is they serve your food right there at the door, and you're told to go sit outside somewhere or to take it somewhere else. Um, so there is a church that used to go around here and do barbecues on weekends, and that church is called Water and Wine. Now, um, they are a good organization. They'll cook up hamburgers and hot dogs and on the street corner and just give them to whoever wants or needs them. So, with that said, there is nothing really for the people of the streets or in poverty uh, that live in poverty for them to go to on the weekends. Hey, Melvin, how are you, brother? So, um, most people basically they scrounge. I know a lot of people that go dumpster diving and everything just so that they can eat, um, which is sad because nobody in Canada should have to go dumpster diving just so that they can eat. Um, so I am working on going out on the weekends, mainly Saturdays and possibly Sundays, to feed the homeless. This is not going to be cheap. Um, as you know, as all of my viewers know, I live on less than $800 a month, so I know what it's like to live in poverty. Now, I have a roof over my head, and I'm able to kind of eat every day, so I'm fine. Um, it's the people that have to go dumpster diving and go begging and stuff like that, where they're sitting on the street corner and panhandling, or whether they're playing music and panhandling, whatever. And those people don't have places to eat all the time. Not everybody has the courage to go panhandle. I know I could never do it. Um, and there's a lot of people that just aren't musically inclined. Oh shit. My cat scratched me, um, so they can't do stuff like that. A lot of people don't know what uh, busking is or anything, so none of them do it. And a lot of them that are homeless, unfortunately, have mental health issues. Now, this creates a big problem uh, within our community. We have so many people with mental health problems, and what are we doing about it? We're throwing more money at the police and at the jail so that we can store these people, and that's all we're doing is as we're storing them. Um, and most times, they're not even charged with anything. And if they are, it's stupidity stuff like vagrancy or panhandling or loitering or stuff like that, and they're put in jail because they don't have an address. Um, and then they're kept in there, and everything gets put off and put off and put off because nobody cares about what happens with homeless people. Now, you right there that's watching this, just remember that you're only a couple paychecks away from being homeless. Unless you got at least $50,000 in the bank, you're almost homeless. Now, if you lose your job with no way to pay your mortgage, do you think social services is going to help you pay your mortgage? Nope. You think Justin Trudeau's going to help you pay your mortgage? Absolutely not. He takes your money so that he can pay for his cottage where he lives. $1.5 million to upgrade his cottage and everything where he lives. Another $1 million a year just in police services that he has to have there, along with the over $1 million in police services at 24 Sussex Drive, which is the actual residence of the Prime Minister of Canada. So, now that that address is out there, any of you guys want to send a bunch of tampons to Justin Trudeau, I encourage you to send them at 24 Sussex Drive, Ottawa, Ontario. I'm not sure of the postal code, but it'll pop up. But it's 24 Sussex Drive, Ottawa, Ontario. And I'm asking everybody, send him a tampon or two, because he's nothing but a big fucking cunt, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as a lot of people are concerned. This motherfucker just got out of the WE scandal. He got out of the scandal with SNC Lavalin, spending millions and millions of taxpayers' dollars on all this fucking bullshit that he's causing, and yet he won't do nothing for the homeless or that. Keep saying that he's going to bring in universal basic income where everybody gets at least $1,500 a month to live on, which would be twice the amount that I make right now. And it would put everybody in a better class, and we would lose a lot. The homeless rate would go like cut in half within 3 months if they did that. Cut in half, and I'm willing to put money on that it would be cut in half if you were to implement this universal basic income. Now, I'm not going to hold my breath. Our Canadian government right now is the biggest terrorist organization in the world, as far as I'm concerned. And, with over 78,000 in Canada, with 20,000 of them being the RCMP, we have per capita probably one of the biggest police states in the world. We're the only country that's going around and giving out $880 tickets for not wearing a mask or social distancing. I've seen people get $1,500 tickets for sitting in their car, drinking a coffee at Tim Hortons in Sussex, New Brunswick. I've seen cops literally chase people into the middle of the road, beat the fuck out of them, handcuff them, and that throw them in the back of a paddy wagon, give them an $880 ticket, and then kick them out, tell them to be on their way. Now, we have police forces that are abusing their power, hiding behind the badge and hiding behind qualified immunity, and hiding behind that fucking coward that we have as a prime minister, that dickhead Justin Trudeau. Now, I don't give a shit what people think. I have my own opinion of this goof. And as far as I'm concerned, if that goof ever showed his face here in New Brunswick and he wanted to get in the ring with me, I'd get in the ring with him any fucking day. I'd beat that fucking bitch's ass with a fucking chair, table, whatever I could get my hands on. I would beat that motherfucker so bad that he'd never be a fucking prime minister again. That's for fucking sure. Now, I don't even know how he became prime minister because the guy is a convicted pedophile, well, an admitted pedophile. Okay? He paid a 17-year-old girl, I think it was something close to 1.3 million. Hey, Invalid. Hey, Chris Patty, RC Lowrider, how are you, brother? And Melvin, always good to see all of you here. But yeah, you got this fucking piece of shit coward that keeps taking money from the people for his own gain. 1.5 million to redo, taking taxpayers' money at that to redo his personal cottage. To pay Omar Khadr, a convicted terrorist that spent time in Guantanamo Bay and everything. And then when his sentence was up, they let him out here and gave him $10 million and gave him a passport. This motherfucker is allowed to go anywheres. I mean, anywheres. And tell his story how, he was brought into it. No, he didn't do this and he didn't do that. Well, guess what? You were convicted of it. It was proven in court. You even admitted to it. And yet the government still gave him $10 million. We have ISIS fighters coming back to Canada. And Justin Trudeau's like this. Come on, my friends. Come on, my friends. Come on, my friends. And pay them money. So, our government wastes a lot of money, period, but won't do anything for the Canadian people. We have veterans, people that actually fucking went out and fought for these bullshit wars that the U.S. has brought on over false flags and everything like 9/11 and all this other bullshit. And we're brought into that because we are allies with the United States. But we spend so much money on bullshit like this, but yet these veterans go and fight all these fucking bullshit wars and that, and then they come back and then they can't even get fucking help. Some of them are left homeless. A lot of them suffer from PTSD because of what they went through over there, because our government just tells them to go over, kill whoever you want, and then come back. And they expect that, you're fine. Don't worry about it. You did your job. We paid you while you were over there. Fuck off, is basically what our Canadian government is telling them. Now, I think that if any member of the armed forces goes overseas and fights for anything, if you have, hey, News New England, how are you, bro? How are you, Brian? I think that if you fought for your country, that when you come back, that your house should be paid for, period. So that you never have to worry about fucking getting evicted out of a place. Your house should be paid for. And you should get the help that you need right then and right there. And this is bullshit sending fucking people overseas and shit like that and then coming back and just kicking them to the curb. You're, you know, even hookers get treated better than that, you know. So, uh, thanks, Brian. I really appreciate that. And please, people, don't forget to hit the thumbs up. And like I said, I am trying to do something so that I can help feed the homeless this summer, and I'd like it to go all year. One thing that I am also working on is working with a nonprofit organization about setting up uh, an out of the cold program. Even though out of the cold is only supposed to be for winter months, it should be out of the elements. And that's probably what I'll call it, is out of the elements, because you have so many different variants here in Canada. One day it could be fucking 32 degrees out, and 2 days later it could be -5. And this is in Celsius, by the way, folks. So I'm not sure the conversion in um, Fahrenheit, but you know, think about it. 32 degrees Fahrenheit is 0 degrees Celsius. So it gets pretty cold and it gets pretty hot and extreme weather. Um, and people need to be able to stay off the streets, period. We don't need people laying around on the streets and stuff like that. We need to be able to give them something to do. So, with the out of the elements that I'm trying for is to be able to have a building so that people can do woodworking or painting or whatever they like, all kinds of different hobbies. But that's cool. Yes. um, but people need to be able to do something, whether it's, like I said, painting, woodworking, anything like that. Um, it's not hard to have places like this. Um, it's the bureaucracy that you got to go through and all the political bullshit that you got to go through in order to do this. Now, I've done work with the homeless since I've been 18 years old. We're going back into the 80s, mid 80s. I've been doing this. I've been an activist since 85. So um, I've seen what happened when the Canadian government cut the mental health funding and said that if they're not a danger to themselves or to the public, as long as they take their medication, they can get out. And that's what flooded our shelter systems. I was there. I worked in the biggest one in Canada. The biggest men's shelter in Canada at the time was called Seton House in Toronto. And we had over 1,800 emergency beds back in the 80s. And when they cut that funding, that shelter got overpopulated. So much so that they had to start referring people to other shelters. Other shelters had to open up. Then they started the Out of the Cold program. I was there when the first Out of the Cold program started in Toronto, which was, I believe, the first in Canada. Um, I'm also one of the first people in Canada to start a needle exchange program. A lot of people don't know that, but it actually started at the Friendship Center in Toronto at All Saints Church at the corner of Sherbourne and Dundas. Um, when we were working with a new organization, health group that was just starting out there called Street Health, and a nurse by the name of Dylan Baker, she started Street Health. So, and I was the one that came up with the suggestion about having a bucket and having some needles, so that if people brought in needles, say you brought in 2 needles, you get 2 clean needles, and that's the way it was at the time. Now it's so much different now. It's a lot easier for people to get the needles that they need and that, but so many people back then were dying because of AIDS and stuff like that, reusing needles and that. So that's why we started the needle exchange program. Um, when I first started working in Toronto at Seton House, within the first 6 months, um, I, we found over 125 people dead in the shelter. Uh, People with their throat slashed, stabbed. We've had gunshots. Buzz Buzzard, hello from Tennessee. Well, hello from Canada, brother, and welcome. Here is link for the chat if anybody wants to come up. I've been waiting for Tom Zebra. I was talking to him earlier. He may be busy. He may be in the middle of doing an audit right now, for all we know. But I'm hoping that he does come. But if not, we'll invite him on another show. If anybody would like to come talk about the homeless and that, I would really appreciate anybody's opinions, input, anything like that on some of the things we could do. I know that I've been watching News New England for a long time, and there's a guy there that, that comes on his panel, and his name is Steven Musil. And I'm telling you, this man is a true American hero, period. The guy owns an airport, he owns a bunch of other stuff, and the guy is a veteran. I believe he did something like 5 or 6 tours. And he opened a center for the homeless vets. And you know what? My hat's off, every fucking the guy is an American hero when it comes to stuff like that. Not just for the fact that he fought for his country, but he also fought for the people in his country that came back that actually fought for their country. The people that the government has forgotten about or doesn't want to do anything with or just doesn't care. So if you ever get a chance, check him out, Steven Musil. Go to News New England, and I imagine KY Packer or Brian or Bug Grower over there can give you more information on what Steven's doing. We have nobody in Canada that's doing anything like this. And, Steven really gave me the encouragement to do this now. And I really need to do this. It's been a lifelong thing of mine. Like I said, I've been working with the homeless. Well, I started when I was 18 and I'm 54 now. So if you guys do the math, if I'm not mistaken, it's 38 years, 36 years, I've been doing this and fighting for rights. I know that I've mentioned a few times that back in the 80s, a group of us literally chained ourselves to Parliament Hill to get the Privacy Act changed in Canada, and it worked. So maybe if we get enough people with balls and a camera, or ovaries and a camera, sorry ladies, don't want to leave you out, but um, if we get enough people with the cameras out there and we start going right to the police stations, we start going right to city hall, and we all start filing complaints, not just one person. If you see something on a live stream, you have the right to make a complaint. So just remember that. Just because you're not the person that it happened to, you still have your right to to redress your grievances with your government. So that means that if you see something live, you have the right to make that phone call, even though we all say, do not call, do not call. And, I'm not encouraging it or discouraging it or anything, but when we say that, um, you have the ability to think for yourself whether you think that was right or, and if you want to use your constitutional rights, whether it's in the States or your Charter of Freedoms and Rights here in Canada, to redress your government, you have that right. And don't you forget it. So if you see something wrong, if you're watching one of these live streams or that, or if you're walking down the street and you see something going wrong, pull out your camera, record it, and then if you know that they were in the wrong, make sure that you file complaints. Because the more complaints that go in, it shows that the people are tired of the bullshit. You know, um, we had an active shooter down here a few years ago by the name of Justin Burke. He shot 5 cops, killed 3 of them. Very first person in Canada to get the maximum sentence allowable in Canada. And he's doing 3 consecutive life sentences, 75 years before parole. Now, imagine if the cops started getting, half of what the general public is getting when it comes to these misconducts and bullshit. How many cops do you know that get a parking ticket and end up getting it wiped out? What about all those, fail to signal and that, and then they find out that the guy's a cop, so they just let him go. They don't give him a ticket or nothing because it's the blue line of silence. And this, just so that I'm going to bring this up, and I'm going to read you something here. Um, so, as you know, about 30 days ago, I was arrested here in my bedroom, and when I was talking with the cops um, in the police station, I told them that I don't talk to terrorists because of the blue line, and they said that they're allowed to wear the blue line because it's a sign of their union. But just so that people can see, October 11th, 2020. RCMP directive eliminates wearing a thin blue line patch while on duty. The thin blue line has become a symbol of solidarity among police officers across Canada, but a recent memo from one of the country's largest police forces is advising officers they can no longer wear it while on duty. But yet the staff sergeant at the Kodiak RCMP on April 19th of this year told me that they were allowed to wear the blue line because it's their union colors. This just contradicts everything that guy just said. So what he's doing is a violation just by having that on his uniform is a violation of the directive from his superiors. So this just goes to show that they do not care about the law or directives or anything. Okay? It's right here. Anybody can look this up. If you go on to Google and just push in blue line on RCMP, it pops right up, and this will bring it right up. I would show the video, but I don't know what YouTube would say about it. It is from a news channel, so I imagine because I'm using this for news information and educational purposes that I'm allowed to use it. Hell with it. If they give me a strike, they give me a strike. People need it. Just a minute, folks. I'm just waiting for this ad to end, and then
The symbol is linked to law enforcement around the world. It is called the Thin Blue Line, which police officers say represents the line they walk daily between life and death.
Basically equated to a family trap.
Tanya Tremblay is an officer in Eastern Ontario who is on leave with PTSD. She sees the patch as a show of solidarity.
You're not alone. You're not looking insane, and you've got a whole family of people behind you that care.
Friday, in a memo, the RCMP advised officers stop displaying the symbol and instead are suggesting officers wear the approved commemorative blue ribbon. The memo references the recent scrutiny of the force and the quote, difficult public conversations about the role of police. The move doesn't sit well with the union representing Mounties.
We are the first line of defense from crime, chaos, violent communities, riots, outbringings. And that's something that really should be celebrated internally because it brings us together.
However, critics say the symbol creates an us versus them mentality and doesn't help to strengthen ties between police and the people they are meant to serve. They point to recent events such as the deaths of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, the U.S. and Chantal Moore in New Brunswick.
And I've always struck back with this rhetoric of police solidarity or, this is part of our job. You just don't understand our job, or in this case, the Thin Blue Line.
Will not wearing a patch stop the police from thinking that they are somehow oppositional to the public? I don't think so.
Sandy Hudson is one of the founders of Black Lives Matter Canada.
We need to have some sort of emergency service to deal with those issues. We can't afford to do that unless we take away the police.
Experts say other forces will likely adopt similar rules.
They will find other forms of expression that perhaps management might be even less happy with than these rather subtle manifestations.
Sources within the OPP say this is a directive that was issued to the provincial force nearly a year ago. As for Toronto, sources also tell Global News members within that service have been ordered to only wear a city-issued uniform with patches. Morgan Campbell, Global News.
So there you have it. This was a news report that was brought out, like I said, back in October. On October 11th of 2020. And to this day, these motherfuckers are still wearing it and still getting away with it. So, damn ads. Yeah, I hear you, Invalid. But, I don't know. I might get a strike for putting that up, but I think because of under the fair use agreement that I don't think they can do that. Give me a strike, but we'll see here soon. So, there's going to be lawsuits. I can see it coming. People are going to start suing the police. It's happening all the time. What people don't understand is when you sue the police, you're not actually suing the police. Yes, their name is there, but you're not suing the police, because anything that actually, if there's any monetary gain from your lawsuits, it doesn't come from police. Not one dime of it comes from the police. It all comes from the city budget. That money takes away from schools, roads, hospitals, homelessness, but yet we keep spending all this money on lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. You hear, look at what happened with the George Floyd lawsuit, $27 million. You know, good for the family that they got it, and I'm glad that they did go after them and they did win. The only problem is now is that that $27 million didn't come, not one dime of it came from the police, from their budget whatsoever. That came from your roads, schools, and emergency services and stuff like that, like your hospitals and your EMS and your fire department. All that money comes from there, because that money comes from Regime. Your Canadian Corner crew says, hey. Well, hey to you too, Canadian Corners. So you got to remember, all that money comes from us. That money's coming out of our pockets. So the police fuck up, they get to keep their job, and the city gets sued. So where is the accountability for the police? Is there any? Especially, there is none here in Canada. I'll tell you that right now. Just on my own personal experiences in the last almost 40 years dealing with these fucking terrorists, that I can tell you that there's no accountability whatsoever. You might see the odd cop being charged here and there in Canada, but you never hear the outcome of it. And 9 times out of 10, you won't know the outcome of it because it's all secret. Because when a cop goes to court for anything, all records are sealed here in Canada. Or at least they like to say that they're sealed. And you cannot find out what happened because they're protected under the blue line. So you never know what happens unless you are a direct victim. Nobody will ever know what happened. 9 times out of 10, you won't even know how much the payout was that the city or the county or that gives a person because of police misconduct. Now, what happens when the police force is found guilty of misconduct and has to pay out that money? Well, like I said, for one, the police don't pay it out. The police union doesn't pay it out. And the city pays it out. So we're basically suing our city for our money back and then some. For some reason, this just doesn't make sense to me. I can see that if you sued and you won, that the police actually get, some kind of reprimand besides one of these and say, don't do it again. Here's your keys, go arrest somebody else. That's how terrorists work, period. The only way a terrorist is held accountable is if they're dead. So, and that's pretty much the same way with the way the RCMP and the police services here in Canada work. I did successfully sue the Toronto police. They fucked me up with 15 stitches to put my lip back together, 7 in the side of my nose, cracked my orbital bone in 3 spots, knocked out 3 teeth, broke my jaw, broke 6 ribs, broke my left arm, and broke my right leg, and left me at Cherry Beach in my underwear. Yeah. And then I end up spending 3 weeks in the hospital and everything, all because I turned in dirty cops. And now I can't even go back to Ontario because of this. Every time I go back to try and deal with the charges that I've had there for the last 20 plus years, I keep getting thrown out of the province. Literally, they won't even let me go to court. They won't take me to jail. They just drive me to the highway, kick me out, and call the next local cop to fucking get me. At one point, I spent 3 days in the back of a police car without ever being charged for anything, to be driven from Toronto to the Quebec border. Held in a couple of police stations until they were able to get a free driver to drive me to the next town and fucking put me in another cell and then drive me to the next town and the next town. And 3 days I went through this, and they literally pushed me across the border, like literally come up and said, "Here, get the fuck out of our province. And if you come back, we're going to shoot you." And I swear to God, my right hand to God, I've had cops literally tell me that if I show back up in Ontario that they were going to shoot me. So, if we stop and we start holding these cops accountable for what they're doing, the lawsuits would go down. Our city would get the help that it needs. Every city needs help. I don't give a shit if you're the smallest city or the biggest city in Canada or the United States. Every city, town, county, everything, all need help, no matter what. But until we all stand up and tell people what's going on, show people what's going on, and tell the government that we're not going to take their bullshit anymore, this is going to keep happening. And it's going to cost millions and millions and millions of dollars every year. Just this year alone, in the States, it's cost them over $42 million in lawsuits that were paid out so far this year. And that's just in the United States. In Canada, we can't get those records because Privacy Act. I've been trying to find it, but it's all hush hush. We can't say where anything's going. Here in the city of Moncton, if you look at the Moncton city annual report and budget, this city spends $52 million a year on a police force. But yet, they're a government agency, a national police force running the city, so that if anything happens, the city can't be held liable. And we all know that the RCMP can't be held liable. So the only thing that you can do is what I'm doing now and publicize it. I've been trying for almost 6 years to have the landlord that rep me off for over $15,000 worth of everything I owned held accountable, at least held accountable. But the rentalsman here in New Brunswick said even if they did do something and he was found guilty, he would get $100 fine. That's it. $100 fine is all that rentalsman in New Brunswick can give a corrupt landlord. In order to do anything more, you have to take them to either small claims court or federal court. Or, yeah, I believe it's federal court. Not just provincial, but Canada-wide. So, yeah, federal court. That's not the only thing we can do to hold them accountable. It's question of balls and what are we the people willing to do. New guru, that is so true. Like I said, back in the 80s, a group of us, our organization was called OCAP, Ontario Coalition Against Poverty. It took over 150 of us to chain ourselves to Parliament Hill to get heard. Maybe if we did something like that, maybe not chain ourselves, but if we all start surrounding police stations and city halls and that, and maybe even going to our local mayor's house or city councilor's house and standing outside on publicly accessible property and start filming them. Every fucking move they make, start showing people where these motherfuckers live. And so that people can, you know, if you look anywhere in Canada, if you want to find out a mayor's address, city councilor's address, anything, all you got to do is type their name in. They're public officials. You can get all that stuff. It's on the internet. That's how I found the mayor's address here in Moncton. City councilor, I knew him. By so much, and they were terrified of. Yes, we do outnumber them by a lot. Like I said, we're in a country with 78,000 police personnel in a country with 33 million people. You do the math. People start surrounding police stations and that. Start putting up no police trespassing signs on our property. You put up a sign saying, unless you have a warrant, stay the fuck out. People need to start doing stuff like this. When we get to somewheres, maybe we should spend that couple of dollars at the dollar store, get some yellow caution tape and put it around and say, police are not allowed to cross that line, or you will be beat, you will be arrested, and you will be put in our jail. You know, I'll tell you one thing. If I was anywhere near that Derek Chauvin when he killed George Floyd would still be alive if I was around there, because I would have taken a bullet, but I would have kicked that motherfucker right in the face so goddamn hard. You know, and that's what we need. You start seeing cops doing something, you know, if you see a cop beating on somebody for no reason, grab some kahunas and start going up and beating on him, because this has got to stop, period. It's got to stop. And until people have the kahunas to start doing this, this is going to keep continuing. We're going to keep paying out all these millions of dollars in lawsuits and everything, and the police are still going to keep doing what they're doing. It's still going to cost the city millions of dollars every year, and a lot of programs and services are going to get cut. They're going to lose a lot of their funding, you know. And yes, we have a lot of senior citizens here that need funding. We, like I said, we have one of the largest homeless populations per capita in the East Coast. We have probably the largest poverty people in Canada that live in poverty here in Canada. We have some of the highest rates for gasoline, for milk, for bread, and we have the lowest wages. People on assistance or disability or that, it's the lowest in Canada here in the East Coast. New Brunswick is probably the worst when it comes to it. I know that in Newfoundland you get a little bit, somewhere around 900 and 950 for disability. In PEI it's roughly about the same. New Brunswick, it's or in Nova Scotia, it's 980, but when you get here to New Brunswick, it's 800. It's actually $7.99. And if nobody believes me, I'll show you check stubs of my disability. I get $799 a month, and that's what I have to live on. So there's all kinds of other things that money can be used for, besides paying off citizens because of dirty police officers. This is exactly. Bob M, UK. It's good to see you here, brother. New Guru, always good to see you. Tom Zebra was supposed to be here tonight, and I'm still waiting for him. And I sent him a message, but I'm just so I am going to do this again. New Guru, if you would like to come on, I would love to pick your brain. Anybody else? Come on. I'm putting my link up here again for anybody that wants to come on up. And I've been rambling on a little bit too much about the homeless and stuff like that. So I'm sorry. It's just something that I've been fighting for my whole life. I see so much bullshit that goes on. So many people out there with that live in poverty that are being abused on a daily basis by police and by government. And because a person here in Canada doesn't have the money to pay for a lawyer when it comes to civil suits and that, or to be able to come up with the money to file the paperwork to be able to do this on their own, police are getting away with this. Government officials are getting away with this. Like I said, I can pull out the paperwork right now if anybody wants to see it, where the mayor, Don Arnold, City Council Greg Turner, and the Kodiak RCMP all charged me with uttering threats. And when I went to go to court, there was nothing. They couldn't even charge me. I was falsely charged and arrested for this because of butthurt feelings, all because I said yesterday I mentioned the recommendation to New Guru, you can post those links, not a problem. And if you give me 1 second, Sorry, guys. I'm just putting in something here for freedom isn't free. Okay. Okay, and let's go back to YouTube. Um, New Guru, a moderator, so you can post links or any other links you'd like. I know that I was also looking to see if Element was in free. Oh.
Hey, you there?
Oh yes, how are you, brother?
Hey, not too bad. I was trying to change my picture there real fast, but I don't know, it kept
Oh.
throwing me a code. How you doing anyways, man?
Getting better, just mouthing off about the police, you know.
Well, sometimes it takes a little bit of talking to get heard, and it's amazing what I've seen over the years of how sometimes so many small voices turn into rather large ones. So it's not a bad thing,
Yeah,
my friend. Not a
and
bad thing.
it only takes one person to start, but it takes, people got to keep, if they want
Yeah.
if you want your freedoms, you got to fight for them now. Unfortunately, that's the way our society is now. Unless
Well, yeah, that's kind of hence my name, man. I mean, it's just not given to you. I mean, yeah, it's supposedly given to you, but if you're not willing to fight for it, then freedom isn't free, man.
Nope.
I mean, you got to do something.
Yeah,
And
freedom's only is free to want it to be, or freedom is only as free as the government wants it to be.
right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I've always I've always got a kind of chuckle about how in America particularly, we're supposed to be the land of the free, and we have more people in our prison system than the rest of the world combined.
Yes.
And what I'm afraid a lot of people don't understand is the crime bill that Clinton signed in. A lot of people don't know where that came from, but that was originally introduced by then Senator Biden. And that crime bill went on to imprison more than double the population that we had already had in the systems. And kind of the reason I've been hollering about it now is people don't seem to care or listen, but I don't know. Did you hear about this whole prison reform thing that we went through and that, got voted in, that Trump signed in, and they made a big hoopla about it? Well,
vaguely, yeah.
Yeah, so basically what it is they did this whole prison reform in the US, and because, pretty much if you're a convicted felon or something like that, it's next to impossible to get a job, especially like during COVID times, And so they reformed it so basically you could get a job easier after you went through the system, right? And And they sold this into the black communities and stuff like that. And whenever they really started pushing into the black communities and stuff, I started thinking to myself, wait a second, something's not right. This is not what it appears to be. So I started looking into things. There's a company called GEO, GEO,
Yeah.
and it is the world's largest private prison contracting firm.
Mhm.
As soon as that bill was signed, the Prison Reform Act, they moved their world headquarters to Florida in America. And so I started digging and what the plan is. And then this new bill that Biden's going to push, they're just going to build more prisons and put a whole lot more people in prison. The only thing that bill did is it's going to make the people be good sheeple and be able to come out and get a job after you've gone through the system. And I knew there was something fishy about it. It just took me a while to put my hands on it, and it's amazing how nobody is willing to talk about it.
Just give me 1 second, bro.
All right. Hopefully, I don't have a headset, so hopefully the mic isn't too bad. I'm trying to throw something on the stove some hot dogs to eat real fast.
No, yeah, about that.
But-
I get interrupted all the time here.
Yeah, you got pretty paper thin walls, bud.
Well, it's a trailer with 2x4 outside walls and 2x2 inside walls.
Yeah. Did you see that video that I had made of you, of your arrest?
Yes,
sent it to
yes.
you on the back.
I appreciate that, man.
Did anybody bring it to your attention that the officer came in and, wait a second, we all talked about that. I was supposed to be getting hold of the guy for the recovery software, which I did. I forgot all about that. Did you keep those cards?
Oh,
Those memory cards?
those memo cards.
Yeah, out of your cameras, the ones they deleted.
Oh, yeah. My camera, it was all just wiped right off, and I know who did it.
Okay.
And my phone, they say it's saying that my chip or my phone is corrupted and it wouldn't take the
Not
video.
readable.
So
Did you try that one program I told you to try and see if it would read it in your computer? It's called VLC.
Yeah, yes, I did try that, and nothing showed up on it at all. It's like it's empty space on my memory card. No, I know
I'm guessing he must have formatted it. See, I just missed that guy whenever I just got done making the video for you, because I was making that while you're being arrested. As soon as I grabbed the first part of it and I started sending it out, and as soon as I came back, I seen the officer leave your room, and I'm like, I was in your chat, and I'm like, whoa, wait a second, what the hell is that guy doing in a Shane's room?
Yeah.
And they said that he had came back in, and I was like, for what? And they couldn't see what he did. And I'm guessing that he must have erased your shit whenever he did that.
Well, what he did was he grabbed my camera setup that was on the bed, and he took it out, and they deleted the footage of it, of the guy that actually started all the bullshit to begin with.
Really? Huh. What was their justification for that? Because I mean, in theory, here in the States, they would have had to have a warrant to go back into your room as soon as they walked away and closed the door.
Yep.
I mean,
Oh,
your
well,
roommate can't give them access to your property. I mean, I guess in theory,
yeah, by law they're not allowed to, but the way the police treat the law.
Oh yeah. It only applies to us peasants.
Yes.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I touched on that a little bit on how police get away with whatever they want here. Like, look at the Dubinsky case out in Vancouver. The Polish guy. I don't know if
Don't
you've
know
seen that.
anything. No, don't know
Well,
anything about it.
a few years ago, a Polish guy was at the Vancouver airport, and because he couldn't speak English, he was afraid of the
Yeah,
police and everything, and they ended up
I
tasering
seen
him
that.
and
Yeah,
killed
they
him.
beat the living crap out of the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now, every one of those cops got off.
really? Are you
There's a big
serious?
inquiry. Yep, there was a big inquiry and everything about it, and every one of those cops got off, even though that the supervisor said right there on the stand that, well, I don't remember saying that, but now that I see the video, I probably did tell him to taser him again and again. And he admitted
Wow,
to it and everything, and those cops are still working to this day out in Vancouver.
that is insane, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that. Now I couldn't remember. I didn't know that at the time. I didn't know that happened in Canada. I almost thought that was like back in New York or something. But I do remember the one you're talking about now. It's been several years, right?
Yes.
At least
And,
3 or
and it
4.
took,
I'm thinking.
yeah, it took about 3 years for it to come to the inquiry. And then actually, that is on YouTube, by the way. I just can't remember where exactly it is, but that's how I seen the whole report. Watch the court and stuff like that. I think it might be on one of the news stations. I think it's CTV or something like that covered the story. But keeper of the list.
Yeah, that's insane, man. That's absolutely insane.
Um,
I was for sure thinking somebody was losing their job on that one. I mean, at
nope.
least.
Yeah, you
Do
would
they
think.
any reprimands or anything or no?
I think a few of them got a paid vacation for a while.
Oh yeah, they always get that paid vacation for a good job.
Mhm.
You know, killing or beating somebody always gets you 2 weeks on the beach in Hawaii. You know, and
Yeah.
you know what's so stupid? You know what's so stupid about that too, man, is that those guys know it. You know, so they just sit there and they'll hang in there on that leave for as long as they can, and then whenever it comes right down to the wire, if they think they're really going to get hit for it, they just resign, shift to a different department, and wash their hands of it all. You know?
There's another
And
cop
it's
in Hamilton, Ontario, that's been on paid administrative leave for the last 4 years. Paid him almost $500,000 to be on holidays for 4 years because he's
really
being investigated. Yes. Um,
Jesus
you know,
Christ.
it's just ridiculous. And
4
people say
years.
that 4 years, and the guy makes about
Wow.
$130,000 a year.
That is insane.
Yeah, and then there was another cop from Hamilton that was going up on charges and that, and he quit just before he was supposed to go to court. So
Yeah.
they now dropped the whole inquiry and everything, and now he's free to go to any other police force. The only thing is that in the 5 years here in Ontario, anyways, if a cop quits for one reason, his record can be used against him for up to 5 years
Oh, really?
for hiring purposes. But after 5 years, you know, or if he goes to a different province, none of that is brought up. It's only within the province of Ontario.
Wow.
So you could do something in one province, fuck up really bad, and then you quit, and then you go to another province and get hired by another police force, and you could do the same thing there, and then just before it happens, you quit. You know, you get paid vacations in between all of this, and you're doing what? You're fucking the people of millions of dollars.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you
Well, you
wonder
know,
why. Like,
well, you know how I told you, I'm not like a guy that goes out with the camera. The way I kind of help things is I try and help guys like you and stuff like that. And I'm a behind the scenes kind of guy. But the other day I was thinking, with these guys transferring and stuff like that. See, like in California, they're trying to pass a law where the public cannot get an officer's records anymore at all. Period. They're trying to steal them.
yes,
And I was thinking, because of that, it's like, if you get a few people that's got a little bit of time on their hands, that has a little bit of computer knowledge, why can't, I mean, obviously you'll never get anybody in the government to do it, but why don't we all create a national database, one for Canada, one for America, where an officer in New York gets fired for beating somebody, he goes in this database, and then somebody in Florida could pull this guy up and say, hey, this guy was just, our new officer we just got fired out of New York for beating somebody. You know what I mean? As a way of, and the big tough thing about that would be is, civilian oversight, especially spanning that kind of distance. You kind of have to have a little bit of a network, but I think it could reasonably be done. You know what I mean? And I think at that point, that's the only way we're going to start weeding some of these bad guys out,
yeah.
is to create something like that.
There's a group of auditors in the southeastern area of the United States, Rogue Nation and James Madison audits, and they have that program on Roku now, and it's called ANNS. Accountability News Network, and that's sort of a step in the right direction, because now all of those auditors are able to put it on one channel. The problem with that is, so if you don't back it up, it can get wiped out. You can get
Well, there's a lot of other issues that's come up that's been being talked about that, and something like that. Granted, I think it's a good thing, but I think what will end up happening is, see, as soon as here becomes the problem is, as soon as you become a part of a official group, you are then subject to the laws of RICO Act in America.
Yeah.
And so I think it puts those guys at a very substantial risk if they get somebody in that group that decides to be a fraudster or something like that and go out there with bad intentions.
Yeah.
And that's my only worry about that. And I'm hoping that, obviously those guys, they got a bunch of very talented individuals. I'm hoping that they've, thought about something like that, and maybe have talked to some attorneys or whatnot like that. So I definitely think it's a step in the right direction. But unfortunately, what I see, like I was talking to you guys about, is you guys are at a pretty interesting junction, because you get to see what the guys in America have kind of screwed up on, or dropped the ball on, or what they've done good on. And
hey, Cranky Frankie.
Oh, it's Cranky Frankie.
Yeah.
Is he on? Or
he says he's out.
Isn't? I haven't seen. Yeah, I was going to his channel there for a while. Frankie, and just be honest, you pulled my wrench. You didn't answer me why, so I left. So I don't know if you're having a mood change or what, but just because you didn't answer me, I bounced. But good meeting you. So I don't know why he started pulling wrenches, but it is what it is. It's his channel. He can do what he wants.
Yeah.
But anyway, but yeah, those guys, they're a talented bunch, and I hope that they think of some of those things, because there's some things that they're starting to use against kind of that whole 1A movement, and you know, it doesn't take much for them to sway public opinion, especially whenever the public are kind of in the dark about it, you know, that what's taking place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's my only worry about it, you know, is I'm worried about them getting the stiffer laws passed that hurt some things. So, you know, and obviously you and I have talked, and, you know, I've been around quite a while,
Yes.
and
Oh, you're breaking up.
oh, sorry. How about now?
There. Yeah. Great now.
What I was saying is, what I've been learning is the more I've been watching Europe and Canada, the laws that kind of you guys have and that are going into effect are what's coming down the pipe for us. So I think in retrospect, I think we have a lot more to learn, because you guys, even though you're like auditing kind of guys, are just kind of kicking off the ground again.
Mhm.
They maybe new, but your guys' laws are way ahead. You know, I mean, they're trying to pass some crazy laws over there in the UK and stuff. You know,
Oh,
and
they're trying to censor our platform here in Canada.
really,
Yeah, they're trying to censor so that you can't say bad things about the government and about police.
Hmm.
That's a
Yeah,
bill
well,
that they're trying to pass right now in the House of and the Parliament.
you know, 5 years ago or so, whenever they outlawed memes in Europe, I was trying to tell people about that, and nobody would listen. I said, "Look, guys," I said, "you think it's not going to make its way here, but it's going to make." I said, "Everything that happens over there starts coming this way."
Yeah.
I said, and instead of, why don't people start thinking proactive instead of reactive? You know, I mean, you got, you know, and if they would have worked against it 5 years before that thing happened, before it hit America, well, nobody thought it would ever hit America because we got supposedly freedom of speech. Well, you just had that guy put away for 7 years for putting a meme on Facebook in the US. Freedom of speech didn't protect that, you know?
Look at Eric Brandt, 12 years for
Yeah,
freedom of speech.
absolutely. Yeah. Well, you know, I'm a little bit on the fence about that, because, you know, I mean, I talked to Eric about that, and obviously Eric's an extremely intelligent guy,
Yeah.
and I won't say that. I think he knew he crossed the line, as not that there was a line to cross. I think he knew that he messed up, that he gave them the ammo that they had been looking for to get him, you know, and ultimately it was going to be a judge that was going to be, you know, sitting down and overseeing his comments about another judge and
Yeah,
police. So,
but did you hear what that judge said?
mm-hmm.
That it was his
What?
last
Yeah.
week, that he
Mm-hmm.
went to court on Monday, and on Friday that judge was retiring. So anything now, if there's any problems, Eric Brandt would have to go again towards him personally now. And because he was a judge, it would get kicked out, and there's a whole big problem with what the judge said. There was a lot of
Mm-hmm.
constitutional stuff that the judge did
Oh
that
yeah.
was wrong.
Bullshit.
But
Yeah.
because Eric Brandt pleaded guilty and accepted the guilty plea, and the judge accepted the guilty plea, he doesn't have the right to appeal the conviction.
No, but he does. He does have a right to appeal the sentence.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm pretty sure you were there too. I mean, I watched that whole thing whenever Epic streamed it, and
Yeah.
a lot of the shit that they were convicting Eric for saying, the judge is sitting there threatening Eric himself in the courtroom.
Yeah.
while he's, you know what I mean? So, obviously Eric's got a pretty good following, and I think there's a lot of very talented people going to be working on that. But, you know, that's not going to change the fact that Eric's still behind bars. The one thing I do know about Eric, though, was the absolute worst thing you can do in the world is give that guy time on his hands. Because whenever he
Yeah.
has time on his hands to concentrate, boy, does he get late. Man, he is a sharp dude, man. He is one sharp dude.
And I pity help a
And
librarian in the jail.
yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't even imagine what I mean, I'm sure he's got classes going in there already.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know? I'm sure. Yeah, I think I messaged Epic the other day. There was something that came up, and I was like, I just told Epic, I said, you know, you ought to send him a message and get him to come on an interview, because if you go put money on his books for the phone call, he can do a 30-minute phone call. And I thought
Yeah.
that would be a pretty cool thing. I know I haven't heard any of his phone calls, but I've been kind of busy myself with other things, so I haven't been paying as far as attention as I'd like to. But yeah, I was wrecked. But you know, I know Epic was really pissed because he took a plea deal. But you know, Epic's a young guy, and
Yeah.
I think, you know, you're a little older like Eric and myself, and whenever you start looking at the possibility of getting out within your lifetime as opposed to no chance of getting out in your lifetime.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think Eric knew he screwed up, and he gave them the cards that they had been looking for. And so I think personally, I think that's why he went for the plea deal, and I think he was hoping that they were going to show some leniency, but I didn't expect they were going to, because they've been trying to shut him up for a really long time. You know?
Yeah, like I figured, you know, what's the worst that he's gonna get? He might get 120 days in jail and a couple of years probation. That's what I figured. I was way off.
Right.
The maximum sentence he could have got was 18 years.
Mm-hmm.
6 years for each count. And
Yeah,
the
he wasn't
judge,
far from it at 12. You know what I mean?
yeah. So the judge probably thought that he was given leniency when he was only given 4 years for each one instead of 6. But what the judge did when he said consecutive, that was what really threw it over the line. You know, I can see, you know, you want to try and silence somebody and give them 4 years. Well, then, you know, do the 4 years. Okay, the guy will be out in 2.5 on good time.
Yeah.
And because it was all connected, those charges should have run concurrently, as far as I'm concerned. And you know, basically with the law, because it was kind of a bullshit, and it was kind of not. I could see maybe at the most giving him 4 years, and all of it run concurrently, so that you know he'd be out in 2.5, and maybe then. You know, the judge will think, well, maybe he learned his lesson after being in there for 2.5 years and under our control and told when to piss and when to shit, you know, type thing. But when it's,
Great.
you know, that was just way too much for anybody. Like, I got charged down here in Moncton for uttering threats to a police officer. They kicked in my front door doing a health check because I had just gotten out of the hospital from having a heart attack, and I'd taken some medication, so I was out like fucking light. Because of that, they kicked in my door, and when I finally told them, like, literally my doctor's office was 2 doors away. Like, I could walk in the snow in a pair of fucking sandals and not get my feet cold too much. That's how close it was. Yeah,
Wow.
and like literally, I'd walk over to my doctor's office all the time. I'd have to have my blood pressure checked and stuff like that, be weighed, and that almost every day for the longest time after I had my heart attack. So I was constantly over there. When they kicked in my door and I said that I'm always over at my doctor's office and I can get the fuck out, they started leaving. And when the last one was on the way out, I said, and I hope you get fucking shot. Well, all 5 of them
Yeah.
come back in, beat the piss out of me, handcuffed me, and then said, "What did you say?" And I said, "I hope you get shot."
Wow.
Well, what they did was they said that like I have had a long window in my door and you could see through it. They said that I was on the inside of the door waving my finger like a gun saying I'm going to shoot you, and that's why they kicked in the door. Well, I proved them wrong because it was all on CCTV, and not
Mm.
even the Crown Attorney knew that there was CCTV footage.
Mm.
So when I told the judge that what exactly happened, and I said that it was all caught on CCTV, the Crown Attorney's jaw just dropped. And I said, I'll plead guilty to saying that I did something stupid just to get out of your court and that. But there's no way, if you're gonna give me any more than 1 day in jail, which is time served, I'm taking this judge and jury. And then the Crown stood up and said, well, we didn't know anything about CCTV footage and that, and blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, put this over until this afternoon and you can go see the CCTV footage for yourself. And they go, well, no, we'll accept your plea. 1 day, you're right. You shouldn't have said what you said. Please leave my courtroom. And someone's jumpsuit,
Wow.
and they literally kicked me out of the courthouse and told me to go home. Now, I only lived a couple blocks from the courthouse, thank God. But just for saying that I hope you get shot,
Yeah.
I got a day in jail. Mind you, I was my own lawyer, and I know that if I want to fight it, they want to hold me for 6 weeks just for a bail hearing and everything, and I wasn't sitting in there for no 6 weeks just to get a bail hearing for something stupid like this when, you know, CCTV footage covers it all. So we have, you know, dirty cops like that right here in Canada that are constantly falsifying reports.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they get away with it. But if
Yeah.
we tell the cop a different name, we get charged with obstruction of justice. But when a cop does it, they get a paid vacation.
Yeah. Well, I hate to tell you this, my friend, but I pay a lot to international news and stuff like that, and the Crown over there, they're trying to pass legislation. I just heard the other day, they're trying to make it tougher and stiffer prison sentences and terms for people who threaten or use violence against officers.
Yeah.
And I was thinking to myself, well, shit, I said, they just about throw away the key as it is right now. I mean, you know, if everything was on an even playing field and they got the same kind of time that the citizens got whenever they got convicted of a murder, I mean, you know, yeah, that I could see where they almost might have an argument, but it's like, damn, they almost bury you underneath the court or the jail already as it is. What are they wanting? Execution for just talking back, you know?
Well,
and so
guilty till proven innocent.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely it is. And anybody who says anything different hasn't never been in court or is really, really naive.
Exactly. Because,
I mean, because
it just goes to show, like, you have to prove your innocence when you go to court. It's you have to do that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, because if you don't, you're going to jail. Because they're saying that you did something, and you have to prove that you didn't. It's not the other way around where, you know, they have to prove that you did do it. You have to prove that you didn't do it. All because of the cop's work.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
the
it's
one.
yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, they act like, I mean, they act like they don't lie. They give them an exemption to lie, that they can do whatever they want. They can act however they want. They can drive however they want, and then they're not held liable for any of their actions under qualified immunity. So
Mhm.
then all of a sudden they think, oh, yeah, these guys are all just going to be saints. You know, there's a little known fact in the military. At any given time, most standing branches that will tell you that they have at least 8 to 10% bad people under their services, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, if that's a known number, and these guys, I mean, you know, I don't know exactly how the Canadian military is, but in the US, if a guy's in the military, he's an active military, and he goes out and let's say he goes and gets in trouble at a bar, has a big fight or something, jumps out in his car and goes run through a stop sign, whatever. Well, once he's done being run over the coals in the civilian court, then he gets tried again in military. And then so why aren't I mean, if and the police officers have nowhere even near the qualifications of most of the military guys. I mean, and I say this is because you look at what most military people go through their whole career into the military.
Yeah.
A lot of these cops aren't even doing a 6-month kind of education course, and it's not even much of an education course at that. I mean, whenever they give them studies in like how to basically lie on stand, how to instigate fights, you know what I mean? Shit like that. Those aren't, I mean, I wish people would start trying to get some of the readings that these guys are actually taught from. And I think it would be probably next to impossible because it's all going to be buried under private corporation stuff. But yeah, it's crazy what they teach these guys in there. And I happen to know because I had a brother that was one. He passed away a few years ago. But, in the early 80s, I heard you talking about the early 80s.
Yeah.
Before it was the blue line, in Arizona, there was a thing called Code 4.
Yeah.
And Code 4 was a signal for that you're an officer. And I was in my brother's truck. We're both drinking beer, running down the highway, 110 miles an hour with a whole line of people, just being stupid, but we're kind of kicking back. Well, this, they call it DPS here.
Yeah.
Department of Public Safety. He rolls up and he pulls over like 10 cars. It takes him a while to get everybody lined up and shut down, but he pulls over like 10 of us. So my brother's got his fraternal order of police sticker in the back window. And the cop just walked by and told everybody, get your, your information, your insurance, step outside your vehicle and I'll be back with you, blah, blah, blah. And as he came by and he said that to my brother just turned around and pointed at the back of his window. And then as the cop looked at him, he held up 4 fingers. The cop said, "Okay, I got you." He said, "You'll be last, but hang on." And so we stood there and it took us a while. He wrote all those people a ticket. And whenever he got to my brother, he said, "Man, slow it down." He said, all people ought to know better. He said, "You have a good day." Open containers, the whole 9 yards.
Wow.
Drove right away from it.
Yeah.
And that's whenever before this whole, and that's whenever, the thin blue line was only spoken behind closed doors. And now you got somebody hollering at you, boss?
No, just a dog.
Okay. I was going to say, if they're going to start booting doors, I'm going to hit a screen recorder on you.
Well,
I probably know better to do it not live next time.
Oh, yeah. Well, as far as they're concerned, I'm always live. So, uh,
Mhm.
I go on like different live panels, or I'll be chatting in the background on a live panel, and I just tell them live.
Mhm.
Then they don't fuck with me because they're afraid that it's going to go over the internet.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they had to have heard that they were live on this last go about. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, a couple of the Canadian guys, I don't know whether I had the right number or not, but told me where you were going and stuff, and they posted where you were going, and I wasn't sure how your guys' system worked down there. I was pretty amazed that they cuffed you to begin with for you telling them to shut up. I mean, literally,
Yeah.
that's about the extent of what you did. You told them to shut up and get out of my house then. And that's what they
Well,
run.
yeah, it was because I told them I didn't respect them and called them a terrorist.
Mm-hmm.
Is what really put it over the top for him. And again, that just goes to show that free speech, you can't even have it in your own house.
Yeah. Let me see. Hey,
And
can you just real quick? Can you drop your channel link in private chat for me? Because I can't see normal chat, and I want to send it to a couple of people while we're on
in the private,
in the private chat and StreamYards.
oh, StreamYard in the private chat.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I'll send you a message.
yeah. Let's go like that, like that.
Because I can't share the channel.
Go down here. And paste, and there you go. You see that?
Yep. Oh no. To your channel.
Oh, to my
Just
channel.
to your channel. Yeah, just to your channel. That's what I need.
Let me see. Where is my channel?
And then once they get here, if they want to come on, they can come on. Did you send a link out to Epic and a couple of those guys? I can't see who's there. I seen Annie was there, but I didn't really have a time to take a look around, and I can't, like I said, I can't see who's there now.
Yeah, there's only a couple. There's YouTube right there. So let's go like this.
Oh wait, I can see comments. Oh Jesus, Frankie.
Oh, it won't let me copy and paste it.
How about if you hit the 3 dots and hit share, and then it should give you a copy link option.
3 dots. Look, it says edit copy. And let's go back here. Let's see if this works.
Oh, what did Cranky? Oh, I see chat. No, Cranky Frankie leave. Yeah.
No,
I swear, I think he's moody.
That's my StreamYard again. Fuck. I think it.
I'm gonna try. I think I can do a split window. So if I lose you, I'll come back. But I'm gonna try and split this window. I've been able to do it before.
Yeah.
Okay, that worked. I think I can get it now. Yeah, let's see if I can get it. Is Frankie still in there, or did he leave?
That's renewed comments up here. Let's see, Joe Dirt, New Guru. It says that I got 6 people in here.
Couple of lurkers.
And it would surprise me if the RCMP are watching.
You know, I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's, you know, did I send you those articles about what we got going on over here that came up under a FOIA? I know I told Epic about it, but
I think
it was on the 6 out of every 10 people you talk to on YouTube being LEO. Yeah, there's a lot of them around.
yeah.
Oh shit!
You should
I
be
hit
so
one.
rich by now from all that's happened to you. Well, it'd be nice, but are you talking to me, Joe? Because after the police in Toronto, it cost them more to pay for all my medical expenses because I sued the police, and part of it was instead of the Canadian government paying for my medical for what the police did to me, it came actually from the City of Toronto budget, but through the police that they had to pay all of my hospital bills instead of the Canadian government paying my hospital bills. So
Really?
yeah, that, and I got $35,000 and all my legal fees paid for, and then I was told to leave the province.
That's crazy. And then they won't let you leave, huh?
Well, they won't let me come back to Ontario, and I spent a lot of I grew up in Nova Scotia. I'm from
Oh,
Nova Scotia originally,
okay.
just outside of Peggy's Cove. My parents
Yeah.
split up, so when I was 12, I moved to Ontario with my mother, and I lived there up until I was in my 30s or early 40s, 30s, and then I worked for a couple of years for an organization. Um, what I did is I went from city to city, and in a city with a certain organization. I don't want to say the organization.
Yeah.
It's a pretty
Yeah, you ain't got
well-known
to.
one, but I would do 3 months in each city, and I went from Vancouver to Halifax within a couple of years, and working in all these different cities, working with the homeless. So, over 400 on YouTube community live feed. You should hop on and say hi, so people see your channel name. Yeah. I've been a supporter of News Now community for a long time. There's one person that he deals with that I don't like.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we all
Yeah, he's
know who that is.
definitely. I definitely know who that is. Well, I can say it, PayPal Patty.
Mm-hmm.
So you can be politically correct, but I don't have to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, trust me, I'm far from politically correct. I just
Yeah.
I
But
figured everybody
yeah,
would
I
figure
get.
out who it is. So yeah, him and Justin Pulliam and Extra Good Citizen. I've subbed all those guys for a while ago. I've been watching the whole thing on Leon Valley, and
Yeah.
so. But the same thing happens here in Canada, just that we don't have the people to expose it here in Canada, or should I
Yeah.
say, people with enough balls to expose it here in Canada. Me, the only thing that I worry about now is I suffer from PTSD, so that's why I have my cat. He's my therapy cat.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing that I worry about now. Everything else that I got, I just got, so it's not like it's has much meaning to me. It can be replaced. Everything that meant anything to me was already stolen from me. So the only thing I worry about is my cat. Other than that,
Yeah.
I'd probably be in jail right now because of filming police or getting in their face or
Yeah. Yeah. It's, several years ago, I've met a few Canadian guys come and go here and there, and it generally seems to be the frustration that they give up because there was never kind of like a network of you guys kind of up there, and they get impatient and stuff, and so I mean it's kind of cool to see that there's some of you guys trying to get off the ground, but
Yeah.
you know, the one thing I've always wondered about the Crown is, you know, what they have on paper, you know, your Charter of Rights. I just started going through it, you know, because you know, that one link I'm always pushing all the time, Constitution Project.
Yeah.
You can take and do a comparison. You can line up the U.S. Constitution and take it right to the Canadian Constitution, and to the 1847 original, and then the 2011 revision. And then
Yeah.
so it kind of gives you on paper, and I get it that over the last centuries, that the Crown hasn't been really heavy-handed, you know, other than in foreign lands. But I often wonder, at what point does it take to where the Crown says, well, yeah, you supposedly have those, but I, as king or queen, can change that at any given time, and too bad, you know, and just say, you're not going to be able to do this. You know what I mean? Because as in America, where there's, you know, the imaginary electoral process, which I guess at the smaller scale, I think works pretty good in America. But once you get into the corporate, you know, whenever people start fighting about Republican and Democratic issues, I generally don't even talk to people about that, because it's not Democrat or Republican issues. It's government issues against people issues is what it is.
Well, big
And so,
corporation.
yeah, big corporations, exactly. And that's who writes most of the laws in America.
Yeah.
Is big corporations. I think the firm is called IATA or something like that. And that's actually, it's a council of corporate CEOs that convene, and that crime bill that I was speaking of, the Clinton crime bill, was introduced by all private corporations, and they were handed to Joe Biden, and then Joe Biden presented it to then President Clinton.
Yeah.
So yes, we do have an electoral process, and I get it. Canada does too. But at what point, I wondered, becomes a tipping point, becomes where the Crown just says, well, yeah, you technically have that because I allow you to have that, but I can take that at any given time away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's the one thing I've always wondered, and that's why I've started diving into your guys' Constitution pretty heavy, because it fascinates me. Yeah, it's a lot the same as the American Constitution. Sometimes
Yeah,
just worded a little bit differently.
We just don't have
But-
a Second Amendment in
Yeah.
Canada.
Yeah.
Other than that, everything else is like our Charter of Rights and Freedom Section 2 is the same as almost word for word as the First Amendment in the States. So, other than that, like Canada, we don't have the right to bear arms. We are
Yeah.
allowed to have hunting weapons and that, but you cannot get a concealed weapons carry in Canada as a person.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
yeah, I know. I transported a lot of weapons through Canada a long time ago, and man, it was a nightmare just moving that stuff through there. It was like, holy shit. I mean, it was down to the ammunition. At the time, whenever I moved the ammunition through them, this was, 30 years ago. They literally opened every single box, counted every single round, and then they sealed it. And then whenever you came out the other side, you had to go through a process of leaving, where if any of that shit was open, you weren't leaving. I mean, if everything wasn't accounted for, you weren't
Yeah.
leaving. And you know, the funniest thing is though, whenever I went through the borders, the Canadian guys were always the coolest, and the Americans were always the worst. I mean, they just ripped everybody out of the car, treated everybody like they were a friggin' villain, you know?
Mm.
And the Canadian guys were always, you know, and pretty pleasant people to talk to. Now, I can't say they may have, you know, alternative motives, but they were definitely much easier to work with than the American sides. So, but yeah, that's what I've always wondered is at what point does the Crown say, because like, you know, I don't know how long you've been following some of these guys, but like Bao, for example,
Yeah.
you remember what happened to Bao whenever he went to jail in Texas, and part of his release is that he wasn't allowed to be on YouTube. They didn't want to have him on it, no social media. I mean, he couldn't have anything that even accessed the internet, and they straight up told him at the time, we don't want you talking to people on YouTube about this stuff. You know, we don't want you creating waves. And Bao at the time was just a little bitty fish in the grand scheme of things. I mean, now you get some
Yeah.
of these other guys that are pushing 200,000 subs. You know, I
James
mean, at the time, I
Freeman.
think, yeah, I don't even think Bao maybe had 1,500 people, and they were trying to shut him up.
Yeah.
And so, you know, and that's why I think about Eric, it was more. I think there was more to a sentence that they just wanted to shut him up and try to set an example to this is what's going to happen if you piss us off too bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I mean, and a lot of people are making a case in point. There was a female officer in Texas that just got 10 years for killing a guy in his own apartment for eating a
Yes.
bowl of ice cream.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, so, you know, the laws are definitely different between them and us, kind of thing. And so that's kind of what's always interested me about Canadian stuff is at what point does the Crown just say, oh, you can, but I'm just going to change that? Because I guess in theory they could, right?
Yeah. They pretty much, uh, they do pretty much the same thing as the States. Like, we are ahead in some things here in Canada. We're trying, well, our government is saying that they're trying to take proactive stand against a bunch of stuff, but all it is that they're just trying to rewrite our Constitution. And
Yeah.
our Constitution has been there since 1867. It has been upgraded a few times, like when the invention of the automobile,
Yeah.
it had to be rewritten. And that gets me a lot too. All these people that say that they have the right to travel, the free travel too. You have the right to take a bus and pay for it. You have the right to take a plane. You have the right to take a train. You still got to pay for it.
Yeah.
When they came out with the automobile, whether you classify it as a vehicle, an automobile, or a motor vehicle, it's all the same when it comes to the definition. And when people say that they don't need a license, they don't need insurance, they don't need plates or anything like that, you know, the Constitution was rewritten when that stuff became invented. Just like they're trying to do with YouTube and stuff like that. Now they're trying to rewrite the Constitution over stuff like this. Now, when the automobile was invented, they said that yes, you need to. At first, you didn't even need a license to drive a vehicle. When they were first produced, it was only because of all the traffic accidents and everything that
Yeah.
they said that people need to take a course and be registered to and know how to drive. So for them to say that they have the right to take a motor vehicle, automobile, or whatever you want to call it, conveyance.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to take a horse and jump on a horse and you want to go wherever you want within that country, hey, there's no law saying that you can't. There might be certain bylaws where you can't ride a horse in downtown Toronto, for instance, or something like that. But you know, if you want to go to a different province and jump on a horse and go, well, then you can, as long as you abide by the laws. Now, I'm not a person that says that you have to obey every law. But when it comes to the safety of the people, that's what the
Yeah.
Motor Vehicle Act was brought in for to begin with, was the
Yeah.
safety of the people. And for people to have insurance, I believe, is a number one thing. And people that know how to drive and are licensed to drive should be allowed to drive, but you need to be licensed to drive. Unfortunately, you need to be licensed to be a plumber. You need to be licensed to be a hairdresser. You need to be licensed to be a cop.
Yeah.
You know, you have, and all this other shit you need a license for certification for. So when people are saying that, well, I have the right to travel, well, yeah, you do have the right to travel. You know, you got 2 feet and a heartbeat. You can fucking walk from, St. John's, Newfoundland to fucking Victoria, BC if you want. You have that right to travel,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know. But when you start getting into being in a motor vehicle with no insurance and blah, 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 what happens if you kill somebody
Yeah.
and you have no insurance? What's going to happen?
Yeah.
You know, you ever get a job, your wages are going to be garnished for the rest of your life. You see some not getting licenses and real number. Policies are not such. Yeah, that is true about following laws. That most laws are just policies. But there are laws on books saying that, you cannot kill, you cannot rape somebody. There are consequences. I don't believe that if you get pulled over or something that you need to go to jail for not having a driver's license or that. But at the same time, I'm dead set against drinking and driving. As far as I'm concerned, that if you get caught drinking or driving, automatically you lose your license for 1 year. If you're caught in an accident where there's bodily harm, never again have a license, as far as I'm concerned. But that's only my personal opinion because of what I've seen happen. I had my first, one of my first girlfriends, she was my fiance at the time, got killed by a drunk driver. I had my uncle killed by a drunk driver. I had another girlfriend killed by a drunk driver. I've had, I've seen so much because of drunk driving that I don't believe in it. I've never once got behind the wheel of a vehicle after having a drink. Mind you, I haven't had a drink since '93, but I've never drove drunk. I've seen what it does. So but it all comes back to them saying that, right to travel. Well, Greyhound. Well, not here in Canada anymore, but there's Via Rail. There's Trentway Wagger bus lines. There's the Go Bus within Ontario. You travel wherever you want. There's no borders where you have to do a checkpoint to get through to go from Manitoba to Ontario or anything like that. It just says welcome to Manitoba or welcome to Ontario. Here's a place if you want to stop, and it's an info center on our, and that's all it is. And so you have the right to travel. You want to travel, like I said, walking a dog.
You can't have a lot. You can't have a long. I mean, I'm with you to a point. You can't just have if you had everybody running around thinking they could do their own thing,
Yeah.
you know, there would be no sense in having cars. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
There would be no sense.
Yeah.
Because nobody could get anywhere anyways, because everybody be like, I don't care if that's a one-way street. You know, you'd have 100 people that want to drive down it just because they could.
Yeah.
You know, so and you know, it's and you see a lot of people that are to the point of, get rid of all cops, blah blah blah. And I don't quite personally roll like that.
No.
I think that a nation of laws is a good thing for a society. I don't think a nation being under an oppressive law or regime is good for society. But I think some fundamental basics, but I don't know, maybe it was just times have changed or whatnot. But back in the 70s, whenever I was a kid, and 60s and stuff, my dad knew. My dad, I mean, going down the road, he always had a beer in his hand. Always.
Mhm.
After work, he always had a beer in his hand, but I never seen him behind the wheel drunk ever. He would drink a beer a little bit, but he wasn't like pounding beers. And I don't ever remember all these people being in all these DWI accidents and all this other shit, I mean, I'm sure that they were out there and that I probably just wasn't aware because I was a kid.
Yeah.
But I mean, there was a lot more, I don't know, maybe personal responsibility, maybe, as to where now people don't have that. You know what I mean? They,
Yeah.
just get on this whole pilot of, yeah, we can do whatever we want, and it's it can't work like that. It's never worked like that anywhere in history. I mean, if you just got a bunch of people running around doing whatever they want, well, I guess the Vikings worked like that
Yeah.
pretty efficiently. but so it's not like I'm anti-cop thing. I think whenever they're there, actually, if they were there to protect and serve and to do a public service, it's a good thing. But the problem is like the whole blue line thing and stuff like that. Lines
Mhm.
are meant to divide, and
Yeah.
we already have enough division in the countries, and creating more lines is not a good thing. And I don't think it should take anybody with more than half a brain to figure that one out. And yeah, if you guys want your own little club to say that, oh, you're, well, that's what the Fraternal Order of Police was. That was the club. You know what I mean? And now they got all their own little biker gangs and this and that and blah blah blah, and it just keeps going and going and going. But it's more class separation than anything that I think is the biggest issue in probably both of our countries. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of people in Texas don't even, you'll never hear this, but I looked a lot of, since obviously I followed a lot of the guys in Texas,
Mm.
and they always talk about this whole front license plate thing, oh, that car doesn't have a front license plate. Well, what people don't realize in Texas is if your vehicle is worth $60,000 or more, in which today that's not much of a vehicle, but 15 years ago, $60,000 was something.
Yeah.
You could get an exemption for your front license plate, and you didn't have to have one.
Mm.
So to me, that's class separation, and that's
Yeah.
where you start having laws that are written to separate people's financial. I mean, so why is the guy, trying to get to work, that's got 5 kids packed into a little Toyota Tercel, being thrown in the freaking jail and his car impounded because his front license plate fell off? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that and that's the way I see it. And that's why I said whenever I see people start bitching about the left and the right, as far as it's not. It's a us and them thing, and
Yeah.
it shouldn't be like that, but unfortunately it is. And obviously, with our age, you see a lot of difference between the guys that are like in the young 20s, early 30s, just their difference in personality and opinions on things, where they have this complete anti everything. And it's just, I think common sense would overrule that you can't be anti everything. So, but I definitely am 100% anti bad cop, and I think that all government officials, I don't think that they should be getting off easier because of their positions. I think if anything, all of them should get stiffer sentences, because those people are set above and beyond the private sector. They took an oath and swore that they were going to abide by these terms. And then they go out and they break those laws, and then they're given the most lenient sentences across the board. Makes no sense.
Yeah.
At all. You know, those guys should be the ones that are getting, like Eric Brandt got, you know, their feet held to the coals. You know, the lady that the female cop that walked in and killed the guy for eating a bowl of ice cream in his own house because she was confused about what apartment was she was in. She should have went to prison for life.
Oh,
you know,
absolutely.
you know?
Like Amber Geiger, I remember
Yeah.
her, and yeah, she got 10 years. And if that was anybody else, depends on what state, they might have even got the death penalty.
Yeah, absolutely.
But her,
Absolutely.
because she had that blue line, she only gets 10 years. And she'll, out of that 10 years, she might do 3.
Yeah. Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
you know, but yet, if it was, like I said, if it was anybody else, they would be doing life or possibly even, you know, death sentence. I know that, I don't know if you noticed, at the beginning of the show, I showed a quick video from Global News from last year about the RCMP here in Canada and the blue line. And it came right down from the head guy of the RCMP saying that they are not allowed to wear the blue line at all on their uniform. And right here in Moncton, they're still doing it to this day. So they are defying their own bosses' rules and regulations and policies that they swore to abide by. Now, people don't understand this. The cops are sworn to abide by policy. The public is not sworn to abide by policy because they are not part of that organization. So they don't have to abide by policy. So when a cop says it's our policy, yeah, well, that policy applies to you guys, not to the general public. So that means that if your policy says that you cannot film inside of a police station, that applies to you guys. It does not apply to the public because this is a public place.
Exactly.
So the public is allowed to film in this police station, for instance. What was it, just last week? Or you had the guys in Richmond Hill, Ontario. I think it was Canadian Rights ET or something that brought out the story. I'm not quite sure which one it was, but one of those fine auditors. And they were filming at the Richmond Hill Police Station, York Regional Police. And the police literally came out and told them that they weren't allowed to film on property because it's private public property.
Private property, yeah, private, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
you know,
cracks me up whenever you hear that.
And then they literally grabbed him and put him in cuffs and everything, and then they ended up letting him go. But you know, this is what we got going on: is that police think that their policy applies to the public, and it doesn't. The policy applies to the people that sign to agree to that policy. So if I went to work for, say, UPS, and they tell me that in the policy I'm not allowed to have a stereo in my truck, and I put a stereo in my truck, well, you know, That's a violation of a policy.
Yeah.
But to put that onto the public and saying that the public can't have music around a UPS truck, you know, it and
Yeah.
bullshit like this happens all the time. And it's like people getting
It
kicked
does.
off of YouTube all the time because they're walking down the street and there's music playing in the background, and because it's copyrighted music, they get a copyright strike and their videos taken down, all because they're walking down the street and there's music playing in the background, you know.
Yeah.
And it's a policy that YouTube has, even though it actually literally goes against the Constitution of free speech and that. People are still getting charged for stuff like this. They're still getting kicked off of YouTube for policy stuff. And that's, you know, police think that they're a private organization. They're not. 100% of all their paychecks and their lighting bills, heating bills, or gas bills for their vehicles, the price for all the vehicles, you know, all that stuff is 100% comes from the Canadian taxpayers. Where else do they get that money? They don't just print that money. You know, they steal it from the taxpayers. And like here in Moncton, New Brunswick, for instance, we pay $52 million a year for our police force. That's a federal police force. And
Holy shit.
we have to go. Oh yeah, it's the RCMP here in Moncton. We do not have a city police force here, so we're ruled by the federal police here in Moncton, and you cannot go after them civilly because they're a federal agency. You know, you probably could if you can find a lawyer with enough backbone and balls to do it, but you know, I've tried every fucking lawyer down here in the east coast of Canada. I've tried all of Nova Scotia, all of PEI, and all of New Brunswick, and some of Ontario, and a couple in Quebec. And every one of the lawyers that I talk to all tell me I have a good case, but not one of them will take it because it involves the RCMP and the government of Canada.
Yeah. Well, then, you know, they know it's political, you know, or career suicide.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because, you know, and then, you know, most like public pretenders and stuff, they all end up going into, you know, jobs trying to be eventually into prosecuting attorneys and stuff like that. And so if they go against the grain, they know it's career suicide, and they know they're not going to get anywhere with it. Hey, you two, stop. Hey, knock it off. I got two puppies, man, and I tell you, they're a handful. They're a definite handful. Stop, you guys. But yeah, so it is pretty crazy, you know, that, you know, well, the whole bar system, you know what I mean? And, you know, that doesn't make any sense either, but I don't see that being changed anytime soon. You know, that affects your country, that affects my country, because they all got to be, what do they call an attorney? What do they call an attorney there?
Attorney, lawyer, legalized lawyer.
Yeah. Yeah, in Australia they call him a solicitor. And I think I like that name, a solicitor. You know, it's like, it's pretty fitting.
UK,
you know. Yeah. Hey, you two, stop it.
And we do have barristers and solicitors here, which are basically just a lawyer. But they are called barristers and solicitors here in Canada.
Yeah, I mean, and then it's crazy that all of those guys, what is it? It's a British accredited, God, what does that stand for again? British accredited something. I can't remember what the bar stands for, but it's all under British rule.
Yeah.
Is where that standard comes from. You know, which you would think, especially in America, you would think that they would have been completely against that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you would think after, you know, push
Especially,
everybody, you know,
right?
you
Yeah,
know,
you would think, especially in all countries, this would be the only country that they want to, you know, nothing to do with that system.
Mm.
But yet, all of our judges or politicians, I mean, up until I think Trump was the only president that's been in freaking forever that wasn't actually an attorney. Almost, I mean, all of them were attorneys.
Ronald
Yeah, you know,
Reagan
Reagan, yeah, Reagan wasn't.
and George Bush Jr. wasn't.
Yeah, but, man, that's
But he had his daddy, and you know, his daddy bought him that big baseball team, the Texas
yeah,
Rangers. So
yeah. He had a big oil company too that he ran into the ground. So, but you know what's even more interesting about the Bushes that I didn't know until relatively recently, as um, you know, you always hear about all this shit in Germany and Auschwitz and stuff like that. What you don't hear about is, do you know where the Bushes made their money from? The family money, where it came from?
I thought it was oil for some reason.
Huh?
I thought it was oil.
No. They had a steel mill in Auschwitz, and they were supplying steel to the Germans and sending back here to old Rockefeller and Morgan and stuff for their railroad. And they were using free labor out of the German concentration camps. Bush Jr., that's why he was the first U.S. sitting president that went and visited Auschwitz. And there's a guy that actually wrote a book on that. And here's an even more interesting fact, little known fact. There was a very highly, well, the most highest decorated Marine, combat Marine, still to this day. His name was General Smedley Butler, and this was back in the 1930s. And what had happened is during the Depression, obviously there was a whole bunch of World War I vets that were owed a whole bunch of money, and they wanted that money, those bonds paid to them, to help them families through to get, you know, through the Depression. Well, the Bush family, the Remington Peter family, and a whole bunch of other companies got together, and they were going to overthrow the United States government. And they enlisted Smedley Butler to lead a coup against the White House. And they guaranteed him 500,000 troops if he would lead an armed force and take over the White House. And this is all the corporations back then doing it. And even more so, the Bush family that became two, you know, father and son presidents. Preston Bush was the one that led this, and he did this. He was pissed off because he had got tied in. They had found like $7.5 million, which back in the 1930s was huge money. Through the steel mill company, he got busted for funneling money out of Germany into private accounts here in the United States. And so he was always pissed off about that. Well, the only thing is General Smedley Butler was a true patriot, and he went before Congress and he told them all about the plan. And that's how it was, you know, done away with and basically saved the nation kind of deal. And then here we are 100 years later, and the corporations are still chipping away. And, you know, I mean, it's like there's literally like 6 companies within the United States that controlled 98% of all the media in the United States. And these people turn on their TVs and stuff and they think they're getting actual news. They're not. They're just getting what's paid to be given to them. You know, I mean, I haven't had a TV in 12 years. You know, I just have no reason to look at any of that crap. You know, every once in a while,
I gotta
Everyone's
like look. I have a TV, but
yeah.
I don't have cable.
Yeah.
I use that as my big screen monitor for when I'm just watching YouTube and stuff like that. I'll plug in the HDMI cord and bang, there it goes. I don't watch TV. Um, the odd time if I get like really bored or something, I might go into the living room and you know go on like the History Channel or something, watch a couple of my favorite shows or Highway Through Hell, the tow truck company, Jamie Davis
Yeah.
towing, or Gold Rush, you know, kind of stuff like that. Other than that, like I do not watch TV. I forget the last time I really watched a game show. Hey Ross Con, how are you? The last
Oh,
time I
there's
watched
Russ.
like TV, like a game show, Bob Barker was still doing the Price is Right, and what it's Drew Carey now, and he's been doing it for 15 years or something like that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I remember when the show first come on, my grandmother used to watch it, and it wasn't called The Price is Right back then. It was called Truth or Consequences, but you know,
Yeah.
I do watch TV except for, like I said, watching Jamie Davis or maybe the odd time the other one on in Toronto, the towing companies there for Highway 401. I forget the name of the show, but it's sort of like the same people that do Highway Through Hell
Yeah.
do the one in
I
Ontario.
yeah, I watched that. I remember watching that guy, that towing company. I
Yeah,
can't remember, had all that red equipment. Yeah,
yeah,
that's a pretty
that's Jamie Davis out in
yeah, Jamie Davis. That's right.
Hope, BC. Yeah.
Man, did his company get big, huh?
Oh, it did, and then it got small again. He
Yeah, it
actually,
collapsed on itself. Yeah.
yeah, he got too big too fast, and then the shutdown of the oil fields, it really hurt him.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He had
Yeah.
he
Yeah,
he had the office out in Lac La Biche in
yeah.
Alberta, right along the pipeline to or the highway to oh, Fort McMurray and that. So he would
Mhm.
do he had all the towing and that up there, and then because of the pipeline and that got stopped, he lost a shirt out there. He had to sell his rotator. He had
Yeah.
spent
Yeah.
$750,000 US on a rotator, and he had to
Yeah,
sell it.
that was a nice piece of equipment.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and he had
Yeah,
to
he
go to
did.
Texas to get it.
Yep. Yeah, he
Yeah.
definitely had some nice stuff. I always wondered after the TV show series was over. I didn't watch it whenever it was going. I think I originally started watching that on YouTube. I think that was on YouTube several years ago, is where I
Yeah,
originally started watching it.
yeah,
And
and he still does blogs now on his channel to this day. I just watched his newest one.
oh really?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
it may not be on the History Channel or Discovery or whatever it was on, but if you go on to Jamie Davis's Facebook page or
hmm
Jamie Davis on YouTube, it's all there.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, he's probably getting more views. I mean, it's some of these it's kind of funny as some of these auditors, now that
Yeah.
they're getting big the way they are, some of these guys are getting more views than companies like CNN. You know what I mean? And sometimes I wish some of these guys would understand that the reach that they have, I don't think they quite grasp the actual reach that they have. And that's why YouTube is cracking down so bad, is because they're getting they're getting pushback from these big corporations. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And you know, it's like the whole 4,000 watch hours and this and that, you know, 1,000 subs and stuff, and what
Yeah.
all that came into effect from. They sold that as, well, we're afraid somebody's going to do you know, a live shooting, you know, while on YouTube. But realistically, what happened is, whenever the Yellow Vest movement kicked off in Florida, or I mean in Europe, there was a media blackout on that, and that wasn't supposed to make it out of country. Well, there was
Mhm.
a little bit of YouTube channel. Guy had a little bit of YouTube channel, and he was on the ground and he was broadcasting live every single day, and his YouTube channel just exploded. And
Oh yeah.
they didn't think about that. They didn't think that somebody on YouTube had the reach. You know what I mean? This guy's YouTube channel went nuts, and all of a sudden, the media that they thought they could control, which is most all media, well, it
Mhm.
wasn't YouTube. And then shortly thereafter, all of a sudden YouTube starts coming up with all this and that and this and that. You're gonna have to go to 10,000 watch hours. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it, if somebody sees something and then it can't go viral like that. You know what I mean? It's designed so it encapsulates, it can capture something. That's what it's
Yeah.
designed to do. So if there's something that could, in a nutshell, set fire to the whole works, they don't want it getting out of control before they can shut it down. I mean, now they'll just come in and shut your YouTube channel down, but um, you know, I don't think they thought about it then as much as once that Yellow Vest movement got out, and then all of a sudden
Yeah.
it went to Spain, it went to here, it went to there, and then, you know, hell, we had even people in the United States, you know, trying to do the whole Yellow Vest stuff. I mean, it
Here
didn't
in
go
Canada
anywhere, but
too.
yeah, in Canada too, and it was all because that YouTube channel. And but
Yeah.
everybody else, you know, all these, you know, I don't care whether it's in Europe and freaking Russia, they all got agreements, and they'll
Yeah.
all censor, and they know that. And so, you know, and but my thing here is with, like like for example, here's my big heartache lately. And you know, people can be pissed off at me if they want, but I used to be a pretty big furry supporter for a long time.
Mm.
But recently, my biggest problem with furry is furries Sunday escapades to going down to go mace somebody at a church. And my biggest problem with that is, furry wants her rights and beliefs respected, but she wants to go mess with somebody every Sunday about their rights and beliefs. And I have a real hard time with that. It just, you know, to me, that's hypocrisy at its worst. And I believe personally that if this whole little community of auditors, if they expect bad cops to call out bad cops, then they ought to be able to call out whenever people's doing bad within their own community.
Yeah.
And
And
because
who's
there
the
is,
last who's the last person
you know,
that ever actually got called out on YouTube?
I think the only one I've ever seen is PayPal Patty.
Exactly. That's the
Realistically, I
only.
mean, yeah, that's the only one that's really had a name, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a lot of in-house fighting with the little guy stuff,
Yeah.
but
Like.
a lot of that is, you know,
Yeah. Like you go to. I don't want to say the name of the channel, but you go to a certain channel and there's a certain person there that likes to time out everybody for just because they can, you know, and they like to start shit and stuff like that. So, people
oh,
like that should be called out, but they're
Joe,
not.
Joe, hey, Joe Dirt, I just looked at chat. If I misspoke about, yeah, you're right. Good cops calling out bad cops. Yeah, that's what I was meaning. So I wasn't paying attention to chat, and if I misspoke, I apologize. But yeah, that's what I meant. But yeah, that's all you see, and then, you know, you'll see the in-house bickering. I mean, and it's gotten a little bit better with the guys that are sizable,
Yeah.
but there's a whole lot of bickering with the little guys. And you know, a lot of it, I mean, is, I don't know, a lot of these guys, you know, they think they're going to make their channels bigger or whatever. You know, whatever it is, I guess if that's their own deal, that's their own deal, whatever. But it just doesn't make any sense to me that if you want positive and effective change to come, you have to be part of that positive and effective change yourself. And if you're out there, it's just like I encountered somebody in Furry's comments, you know, and I just told Furry straight out in the comments. I said, Furry, I said, man, I supported you a long time, but I have a problem with this, and this is why. And so, been nice knowing you. Take care. And so, of course, I got lit up. She's just showing the hypocrisy, and I'm like, well, her hypocrisy or theirs. And my point is like most of these church people that Furry goes lights up, or as she calls spices, I'll guarantee you there's probably not a one of them that ever seen one of these First Amendment auditor YouTube shows until the day that they get lit up with mace from Furry.
Yeah.
And so my point there is if you're going to try and educate the public to your cause, you don't go fire up a couple of people with some mace, but my personal belief is, and this is just my personal belief, that's Furry's way of funding her sex changes, and it's an easier lawsuit. And that's why she's changing towards the private sector, is because it's easier to sue people privately than the police. And that's why she's been doing what she's doing lately. And I have a big problem with that. But
yeah,
because it's not educating anybody. Yeah, and I guarantee you the people in the congregation that is around that person, they will probably have never see the footage. They may eventually get around to it. But let's say if it's just a reasonably small church in California, let's just say 500 people.
Yeah.
If that person in that congregation gets lit up with mace, how many of those people in that congregation do you think are going to instantly take their members' side? Probably just about all of them.
Yeah.
Honestly. Because, people can argue all day long, they're going to church on Sunday to figure out who they're going to fuck on Monday and all this other stuff. Yeah. That could be all true. And, I'm a man of faith, but I ain't no freaking perfect Christian by any means either.
Yeah.
But you can't just go out there and say, because they believe in some, basically that's, Furry's biggest thing why she's there. It has nothing to do with the 1A. The reason she's there is because she's pissed off because they believe in God. And she makes no bones about that. And that's my problem, is like, okay, well, Furry, if you don't believe in God, that's your right. And you want your rights and shit respected. You want your sex change and stuff respected. Leave them alone. Let them be. That's, if you want to educate them to the 1A, go hand out some flyers and say, hey, this is what it's about. Don't show up with a fucking church. Yeah. Don't. Yeah. Exactly. Go speak at church on it or something. You know what I mean? You don't have to be a member of the Christian community. Go speak at church. They've had a whole lot of people in those churches that speak that aren't members of it. You know what I mean? But firing somebody up with a can of mace, I guarantee you, even though the majority of them are going to take that initial, the person's side, just because they're going to be like, oh, one of our members were attacked. Even after everything starts sinking in, and let's say a year later and a couple of people have seen the video and shit like that, I'll guarantee you that even the people that were on the fence, that were thinking that this was a 1A issue, would not be thinking it's a 1A issue anymore.
Yeah.
Because it's not. I mean, and like I said, I don't know. I just, and that's why in the whole time that I've ever watched, and I try and help people, I leave politics and shit like that as far as out, because there's a whole lot of people that I talk to that we have absolutely zero in common other than the 1A. political, religious, everything else is
Yeah.
completely opposite.
Yeah.
And if we got fighting about that, we'd never concentrate on the one thing that allows us to be different. And the one thing that allows us to be different is the constitutional rights. And that's why I leave all that shit aside. You know what I mean? And to me, that's the only way you're going to make positive and effective change.
I
And
can see
so
if you're walking down the street on a Sunday or something, and you walk by a church and you take a picture of the church, or
yeah,
whether it be a Sunday or a Wednesday or whatever, and you take
Yeah.
a picture of the church and you move on. You know,
Yeah.
But to stand there and to start filming
all
everybody
blacked
as
out gear. Yeah, all blacked out gear, blah blah
cameras
blah.
everywhere,
Yeah.
to do that and to say that you're there to exercise your First Amendment rights to free press and to free speech, but yet you're imposing and invading on their First Amendment right to religion.
Yeah. But they don't see
So-
it that I don't think Furry
Yeah.
sees it that way. See, you know, and that's why sometimes I wished I could have a conversation about to Furry, but I don't think I would ever get anywhere. Because like I said, my beliefs are my beliefs, Furry has her beliefs, and I don't think they're ever gonna, you know, I mean, mine definitely at this age probably ain't gonna change a whole lot. I mean, I'm definitely I you know, I think if you're one of them type of people that have opinions set in stone, that you're not going to help in anything you do. But I don't think Furry would ever, I don't think she would ever back down from her position that she's out there doing it for the 1A, and she's not. And I think, truth be told, if she was honest about it, she would probably just say it's right now, it's about a paycheck. And it's because it's easier to sue people in private than it is to sue these police agencies and stuff that she had been fighting with the past 3 years prior. You know what I mean?
And what why does she even have to look for people to sue when, you know, I think when Furry's live stream quite a bit just to see what's going on. And, you know, the donations that a person like Furry gets is just unbelievable. Like, the people that send her money.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's amazing.
$100, $200, $300 at a time, $50 at a time. You know, each broadcast she's probably making $50,000.
Yeah, Furry always has been the smallest that's made the most, always.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
she's doing
always
this
been
how
that
many
way.
times a week?
Yeah,
You know,
right.
if she does that 3 times a week and at $2,000 a time, you know, that's $6,000 a week. There's people that don't make that in 6 months. And
Exactly.
they have to live on that, let alone, you know, just getting donations. Like, yeah, I have my PayPal up right now that's been going across because I'm trying to help the homeless, and I'd like to go out and be able to feed the homeless. I live on less than $800 a month, and I'm still willing to do this, but it's something I've done my whole life. It's something that I believe in, and I know that there's a lot of people, whether you're American, Canadian, or UK, or that we do have a homeless problem.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And
but I
so
also
that's
think
why,
that's by design, quite frankly, but
well, to
that's
a
also
point,
a bigger political. Yeah.
yeah, like I worked in the shelter systems in that my whole life. I worked in Canada's largest men's shelter in Canada, here in Toronto, with over 1,800 emergency beds, and I've worked in Canada's smallest shelter where we would open up the odd night if somebody needed it. That was it. You know, like I've worked in health clinics, I've worked in drop-in centers. One of the first people in Canada to start the needle exchange program. You know, I've been fighting to do stuff like this my whole life. And when I seen when the Canadian government cut funding for mental health and said that, well, as long as they take the medication and as long as they're not a harm to themselves or to the others, just kick them out. And we lost a lot of people in the health system by just moving from one building to a shelter. And
Yeah,
we
like-
overwhelm the shelter systems. Like, people don't understand how bad that overwhelmed the shelter systems when they cut all that funding, when they have these the hospitals for people to stay at, or these group homes that they have people to stay at. When they cut those funding, where did all those people go? They don't have money. They're they're
Yeah.
disabled for one automatically. They have mental health issues and that they can't work. So what? They're meant to live on welfare. So now they're kicked out onto the street. They have to stay in a shelter. And in Toronto, back in 1990, for instance, we used to, whenever you got booked into a shelter in Ontario, it doesn't matter where you are, you had to fill out a pink form. And that pink form went to social services at the end of the month, and they would be billed for every person that stayed per night. Now, the shelter that I worked at, they were charging $120 a night per person to stay in a shelter. And back in 1990, there was just over 1,000 beds still in the shelter, and every one of those beds are full, and they're billing the city $120 a night per bed.
Yeah.
And
Well, see,
so you're looking at over $3,000 a month. I think it works out to be almost $3,500 a month that they'll allow shelters to bill for a homeless person. But yet when you go to apply for assistance through that in the city of Toronto, for instance, back in 1990, I think it was $597 was the maximum that you could get. Well, you try and back in 1990, even you try and rent something for to be able to rent and to be able to eat on $597 a month in the city of Toronto. And if I'm
Well-
not mistaken, it's the most expensive city in Canada to live.
well, here, follow me for just a second.
Yeah.
So, you know how whenever the police agency has a call for service, they will always roll out fire, rescue, whatever they can, for anything, right?
Yeah.
And the reason they do that is because they got to keep their numbers up so they can keep their funding, so they can keep asking for more.
Yeah.
And see, my whole thing is this: is I think the whole homeless thing was done by design, and I think they did that back. I mean, you're old enough to remember whenever the Americans closed down all the insane asylums and stuff. And granted, there was a bunch of them that was in piss poor shape, but I think it was all done to a broader scheme. As now you have all these people set out there on the street. It gives all the agencies that much more reasons of presence to be seen. You have more reason to roll fire, EMS, everything all the time. It's feeding the machine. And so if all those people were just tucked away in a nice little cranny, how would have these agencies continued to ask for the last 30 years for all the military weapons and stuff that they have today and stuff like that? They wouldn't have never been able to ask because they wouldn't have had the crime rate. I mean, yes, they would have had a little bit of compounding crime rate, but with the homelessness on top of the mental health issues that sat out on the street, it starts fueling that system, right? So
Yeah.
Here in America, you heard about the stimulus checks that we got, right? And
Yeah.
I call it peanuts. I didn't get one. I won't accept one. They took $700 trillion and they gave like every American $1,000.
Yeah.
They could have American has less than 400 million people. They could have given every single man, woman, and child in America $1 million and still been under. You know what I mean? They could have done away, eradicated homelessness. Now, granted, a lot of people would have went it down and pissed that away. And granted, a lot of places you can't even buy a home for $500,000, right? I get it. But what I'm saying is it's all by design. I think it's all by design. Same thing in Canada. You guys only got 38 million-ish
30
people.
33.
Yeah, 30 million people. Doesn't take that much to get the people off the streets. In the last
Oh.
20 years, China has got this. I think it's by 2030 they're going to, they started like 20 years ago. They're going to eradicate homelessness. You know how many homeless people they have taken off the streets in 20 years time? Take a wild guess. Like seriously, take a wild guess.
500,000?
800 million people that were homeless now have homes.
Wow.
800 million people. Now, you can't believe to say that these homeless people would be such a burden on the tax base and society that you can't put these people into homes whenever you got a country like China that's capable of doing it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I mean, China wasn't. I mean, if you look at the economical power, whenever they started, they weren't even 3 or 4 at the time. Now they're 2, or probably number 1 is economical power. So my thing there is the European design, which is the American design, which is the Canadian design, to keep these people homeless, keep people out on the street, keep the services going.
Yep.
It just feeds the system, and it's feeding the bigger businessmen and it's feeding all the crooks at the top that own all this shit. It's not helping anybody at the bottom, as to where if you actually took everybody off the street, it would actually be helping the bottom, but the guys at the top wouldn't be getting as big as cut as they want. So I mean, it's like over there in I think it was Britain or something like that, had 650,000 homes that were sitting empty that the government now owns, that they were selling for $1 a piece to anybody that would sign a 5-year contract to be there, because they didn't want just companies to come in and buy them and turn them and flip them and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, then explain to me, if you have 650,000 houses sitting empty, how you should have one homeless person on the street if the government owns those homes. How is that possible? You know what I mean?
Oh.
It's by design.
Yeah.
It's all by design.
Now, hearing I notice is that money to shelter systems and stuff like that, so that they can pay $3,500, $3,000 a month to house a homeless person. Now, when our prime minister ran to be prime minister, he ran on 2 major promises in Canada. One was to legalize marijuana, and he did that. It took a couple of years, but he did that.
Yeah.
And the other major issue that he went on was a basic universal income for people, so that and that basic income was supposed to be $1,500 per person. So if you're on, like me, for instance, I'm on disability. I get $800 a month. Well, that would go up to $50,000, and that would get me out of the situation, or people like me, out of situations where instead of just renting a room, you're actually able to rent a small apartment and to be able to feed yourself and to be able to do what you need to do and to be able to be a protective member of society by going out and buying stuff, paying your taxes. When you do that, every time you buy something, you're paying taxes. So that money is coming back to them one way or another.
Yes.
Just because you're giving it to someone doesn't mean that, it's wrote off, especially when it comes to the government.
Exactly.
When the government gives you money, that money is coming back to the government. It may not be all of that money, and you may be getting goods and services for that money, but there's still taxes that are being paid on that
Yeah,
money. So
the vast majority on money that wasn't even theirs to begin with.
yeah,
You know
so
what I mean?
like
Yeah, I
here,
mean, yeah, it's,
here in Canada, no matter what you buy, if you go buy a pack of cigarettes, for instance, it's the only thing in Canada that you pay tax on taxes is a pack of cigarettes. Now, for them to produce and ship a pack of cigarettes, say Demorier or Export A or Players cigarettes, it's $2.25 a pack shipped to the store. You try and buy that same pack of cigarettes for $2.25, you can't. That $2.25 pack of cigarettes are now $18.99, and then you pay tax on all of that tax that's already in there. You pay tax
Per-
on, and
per pack?
it's per pack. You pay
Holy
an extra
Jesus.
15% sales tax on top of that. But yet anything else that has tax in it, you don't pay tax on. When you go to the gas station, the tax is included when you buy your gas. So you don't see $1.38 a liter plus tax. It's
Added on,
$1.38
yeah.
a liter. It's the taxes are already in. When you go
Yeah.
buy your alcohol at the liquor store or the beer store, wherever you buy it, there's no taxes on that because the taxes are already in. But yet when you buy cigarettes, over 70% of it is taxes, and you still pay taxes on it. So,
Wow.
and yeah, I know you guys who smuggle smokes, you can. That's the whole thing. Yeah, Joe Dirt. We don't smuggle them into Canada. We just smuggle them from the reserve. But I didn't say that out loud. Army of the Damned. So yeah, so for them to give people like me, for instance, $1,500 a month, it brings up the standard of living. Shelters would be almost non-existent, provided the city start building affordable houses and housing.
Yeah.
Now, I know that back in 2004, when I was working out in Calgary, they tore down the old Calgary Hospital, and it was in the contract that 20% of all the units that were built there had to be subsidized.
That are
And
subsidized?
they had to be subsidized.
Had to be subsidized.
Yes,
Okay.
it was part of the contract when they built that complex there. It's a couple of apartment buildings and some townhouses and stuff like that all around there now. But 20% of that had to be for subsidized housing. It was the only time in Canada that was ever done.
Really?
Now, in order for subsidized housing to be built in pretty much in Canada, is you have to, the government has to build the places, except for places like they did a big experiment in Toronto. They literally ripped out Regent Park. Regent Park for the longest time was the worst neighborhood in North America. It beat out the Compton and East LA and the Bronx.
Really?
When it came per capita.
Per capita violence. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it was the worst neighborhood in North America for a few years. Now, what they did is they ended up going in, they leveled everything, and they built all these brand new high-rise buildings and everything. But because the Toronto Housing Authority owned the property, what they did is they put in mixed housing, where over 60% of it is subsidized and 40% is market value. And then almost all the main floors are all, big grocery stores like Dominion and Loblaws. You have all kinds of shops in that there now. None of that was there before. And that's the you know, they did that in Toronto. Hey, Swamp Fox News. And other than that, between that one and the one out in Calgary, no other city has implemented stuff like this. Like right here in Moncton, within the last few years, we had 8 or 10 rooming houses literally tore down. Some of them were side by side in that. And what the city did is they went in, and if you weren't looking after your property or stuff like that, they would put fucking liens on it. And next thing you know, they're getting closed down because of something or another. And these are just rooming houses for people that don't have much. Well,
Yeah.
they literally cleared out blocks and rows of houses, and now they're putting up these apartment buildings. Now, the cheapest apartment building so far that I've seen going up, the rent to $700 a month plus utilities. Now, here in New Brunswick, if you're on assistance of, like, say you're on social assistance, you only get $567 a month to live on. I only get $799 a month to live on, and I'm on disability, and I can never work again. And I could never afford to live in one of those apartments with what I make, let alone what other people are making, which is a lot less. You know.
Yeah. Well,
So
yeah.
where do those
To me,
people
that's a
go?
scheme. Yeah. Well, to me, that's just a scheme. As devalue the property so they can level it, build those sky rises. You know what I mean? That's they've been doing that forever. You know, California is prime example of that, and they call there's a thing called the New California Gold Rush, and they're saying all the elitists want their property back, and that's why all these fires went raging, and that's why everybody's leaving California, because nobody will reissue permits for these people to rebuild the houses that they lost. So there's a housing crisis, blah blah blah. Yeah, so it's devalue the property so somebody else can get their hands on it, because it's amazing whenever you say, because like here in America, they're real good about separating what they would, they call it, over here they call it low income housing.
Yeah.
You never see those mixed. Low income housing is always set out somewhere where the yuppies don't want it to be visible from their house, kind of thing. They would never put it in a high rise. You know what I
My
mean?
neighborhood.
Yeah, not my neighborhood. Exactly. So whenever you say that they built these skyscrapers and they were 60-40 kind of deal, and I'm like thinking, yeah, this sounds to me like the poor people ain't going to be able to afford them anyways. So.
No, and that's the thing, like the 60-40 thing in Toronto, the property was owned by Metro Housing to begin with. So there was actually people that were moved from Regent Park, and they would move to like Jane and Finch or Lawrence or somewhere else temporarily until these units became available. One thing that they did do, though, that I didn't really agree with too much was if you or any member of your household got into trouble within a certain time period in Regent Park before they tore it down, once you moved, you could never come back, because you had a problem within Regent Park, so housing would never let you back there. So say
that's good.
Say me and my wife and my son were living there, and my son did something, I wouldn't be allowed to move back there because my son did something.
Wow.
Yeah. So it got, mind you, it was really bad. Like, I got married in Regent Park in '97, and I was standing out back of the church having a cigarette, looking at 51 Division Police Station at the time, and a kid come up, maybe 16 years old, put a fucking gun to my head. Well, Me, I just didn't give a fuck. I grabbed the gun, stuck it in my mouth. Said, if you're gonna do it right. I'm here to get married. Fucking get rid of me or fucking fuck off. And then when I pulled it out away from my mouth, I seen it was only a pellet gun. I ripped it out, smacked him in the head with it, threw it, and when it landed on the lawn of the police station. And unfortunately, I ended up going in and getting married.
Shit. Yeah, it's crazy. I was just reading what Swamp Fox wrote. He said, "Agenda 2030, you will own nothing, and you'll be happy." I mean, that's what they're getting down to, man. But I mean, and in America, what a lot of people don't realize is coming down the pike is what they're doing is they're sweeping up everybody from the small towns and they're trying to push them into the inner cities, and then they're going to start making it where you can't own, because what they're trying to do is reclaim land, which the government already owns most of it anyways. I guess next to Bill Gates, but you know, which that is stupid in itself, because if you want to sell something to China, the easiest way to sell it to China is to put it into private hands, which they've done. Bill Gates is like the single largest landowner in America next to the government, but you know, the government, what they did whenever they did all of our national parks and stuff is pretty much all of the places that are best natural resources as far as gold, everything else, that's under all of our national parks is basically it's kind of an unwritten, you know, they called it conservation, but they didn't really, it wasn't for the conservation of the animals. It's what they call strategic reserve.
Yeah.
And so by putting the Yellowstone National Park, you know, for the animals, supposedly, you keep those materials that are underground off market. And that's what they did in America whenever they did all that shit. And so, and just like oil, you know, I mean, we still have a hell of a lot of oil. Most of it is capped off for strategic oil reserve. And, you know, because they're all trying to hold on to it the longest. And there's other products out there that they know that which will eventually be going to, but it's just until those companies are ready to start making the push where they actually have to, they're not going to, you know what I mean? Because there is a fossil fuel out there, like the highest, the number one fossil fuel on the planet. It's methane gas, and in deep water they call it white ice cream, is what it's often referred to. And whenever it burns, it leaves no emissions, but they're not going to push to that until they have to, until the oil's gone. You know what I mean? And so, you know, they're working on the technologies slowly. The Rothschilds own a great big boat that's like 700 or 800 feet long off the coast of South Africa, that's sucking diamonds off the floor of the ocean out there, and they're going to eventually turn that into that. But they're never going to move to something, you know, this, you know, this whole bullshit carbon tax, all this other stuff, it's all just to gig the poor people out of the money. And you know, and I've said this a long time ago, I don't know what the answer is, man, because like I said, it's kind of like my bitch about furry. You know, it ultimately all becomes down about education, but how do you people are so divided they can't even have a rational conversation anymore about anything, really. So how can you get a bunch of people to sit down and actually start talking about this and then actually doing something? And so, like, whenever James Freeman and those guys went into Leon Valley, you know, I really thought that was going to set case precedents and it was going to be a good thing. And then, you know, here we are X amount of years later, and yeah, the chief lost his job, which to me is I could give a shit. Yeah, he was a piece of crap, but I was more worried about the case precedents that was going to set. And that's being kind of swept to the side, you know, and And I get it, there are still people out there like Justin Pulham and stuff that are still hardcore working on it. But as soon as it went down, I knew that there wasn't going to be a lot of people that were going to stick in it long term. You know, because like the YouTube community kind of thing is, they want to see the Jerry Springer YouTube shit, right? And then they're off to the next video. They don't want to sit down and, oh, okay, yeah, he just did this to Mexican Padilla. Well, let's buckle down and see what we can accomplish in this next 5 years. And okay, yeah, well, in 5 years, Salvaggio finally lost his job. Ooh, whoopee. You know, I'm not, you know, I mean, yeah, granted the POS needed to go, but that, you know, to me, that's the least of the problem. He's just being now that he's no longer in his political office that was going to be, they just going to cast him aside and going to get another one. And I think there was other things that kind of that auditing community could have done as far as maybe education and try to band together and get some things done. And that's why, you know, I don't, like I said, I don't know. I've watched Right Crispy stuff. I'm aware of the Active News Network and stuff like that on Roku. And I think it's a good thing. But at the same thing, I think it'll be that I could see it as used as a good thing. I think there's more people that intend bad with it than there are people that are willing to put forth effort to make it into a good thing and keep it going. And that's the only thing that worries me, brother, is because, you know, you get all these people that talk about this 1A shit, but they don't want to actually they don't want to do it. You know what I mean? They all sit and I laugh about this all the time whenever you hear these guys roll up, 10 feet, I was 10 feet away. The Supreme Court never gave you, it just said in that one case. I mean, go read the fucking case. Just said in that one case. And it still, to me, amazes me that how long I've been around it, that you still have these young activists coming on and they're out there spouting this 10 feet rule. Whenever there's a lot of these old guys that have been around. I mean, the only way you're going to make things get better is by, educating others. And it's not just other people around, it's other people around you. And I hate to see shit happen like that, like what happened to Mexican Padilla. I mean, that guy, I mean, he went in like a pit bull, dude, man, and he just got chewed up and spit out. Yeah. 5 years later, yeah, Salvaggio lost his job, but you know what? MP lost his house, he lost his wife, he lost everything, man. Everything. And is very and then since he ended up hooking up with a certain guy that pretends to be an attorney, that he says he's not an attorney and he says he's never claimed it, but he's on 100 recordings saying that, oh, my clients and this, and he acting like an attorney. So then he got together with that guy. So then he's kind of ostracized by the rest of the community that doesn't like that guy, and I hate to see that, because I think out of anybody, like Mexican Padilla probably by now is probably one of the most educated guys in the 1A out there, even more so than a lot of people that's been into it a lot longer. And it's just purely because he was baptized by fire, man. He got poured in, he got blew up quick, but he got chewed up and sped out, and he's lucky that he's not sitting in. I figured, quite honestly, that he was going to be sitting in there for more time than Eric was, to be quite honest. I figured they were going to throw away the key on that kid, so, but, and that's what I hate to see about whenever you see all these guys arguing and stuff like that. And, don't get me wrong. I don't have a big deal about people smoking dope and stuff like that. But I think at the same standpoint, if you had your politicians, every time they turned on the camera, just taking a big huff into the camera and blowing a big pile of smoke into the lens and then shutting it off, what would you think of your politician, or what would you think of your representative? And that's what we got to think about whenever people are representing something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
look
and
what's happening right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
you know, you got Gates there,
Yeah.
and what kind of, you know, what kind of precedence does that set when you know, he literally over the weekend admitted to having favors uh, right out the open.
Oh,
And so, you know, you got these guys that are, you know, literally saying that they're sex offenders because they're politicians. They get off.
yeah. Yeah. It's ridiculous, man. And
Mm.
and that's why, you know, I mean, that's why, you know, uh, like Teresa R. I mean, you said you follow News Now.
Yeah.
I don't follow News Now Houston all that much anymore, but like Teresa R. just had an amazing ability. She by
Yeah.
going in, being able to audit a town, dude. I mean, financially audit a town. I mean, I think of Teresa R. I mean, and then you look at the numbers, the demographics, right? About how many you got 1-8 auditors that are guys out there as opposed to girls. There's a very small handful that are girls, right? Well, my thing about this is, and I don't know, maybe one day Teresa will hear me or something. I had hoped that maybe like Teresa would like sit down and get together with a group of ladies, because you know how ladies are once they start working on shit. I mean, if she taught people how to, if she taught people how to, if she taught another group of ladies how to do what she did, and then it spread from town to town to town, that they're going in and auditing these towns. You know what I mean? I mean, the town I live in brings in one of the biggest summer taxes ever a year in tourism. I mean, just millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And I think we've had one road built in 40 years. And it's like, where does all this money go? Literally, where does all the money go? Not a school has been built, not nothing, dude. And I wished I knew how to do what Teresa did, because I would go ask those questions. You know, and
Yeah.
that's what I would, that's kind of what I kind of hope to see out of, wanted to see out of the 1A community. It obviously is not going that way, and it's very quickly in the last 5 years deteriorated from it, and is not showing any hope of coming back. But I had hoped that people were going to get together. I'm not saying that people had to organize or they had to do this, or, you know, I'm not saying be part of a group, or, you know what I mean? But at least people just be able to sit down and talk and have a reasonable discussion about how to do something like the shit like Justin's doing. You know, he gets a lot of grief for what he's doing. You know, all the hours that he spends in the footage of the town meetings and stuff like that. But how are you going to change anything? And here's my thing. I'm from a military family.
Yeah.
You are never ever going to win, ever, standing toe to toe with the foot soldier, ever.
No.
You got to go up and you got to make changes at the people who allow him to be that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's whenever you're going to make change.
Yeah.
That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
And so that's my, you know, I don't know.
Yeah. And basically, you got to stand up, and you have to, you know, if a cop's getting in your face and he's just a patrol officer, well, where
Joe
did he
Dirt, her
learn?
name is Teresa Richard. Oh, sorry about that. I just looked at him.
But where did that cop learn that from? You know, to
Yeah,
be an asshole and not
generally,
answer
yeah.
questions. You know,
Yeah, well,
it comes from the higher up, and they're told,
yeah,
don't do this, don't do that. You know, you're told you can't do this, you can't do that. You can't be a free American when you're wearing a badge. Is basically what they're saying. So, and when you come toe to toe with them, it's like talking to a fucking brick wall when it comes to talking to a local patrol cop. Unless you go to the chief or higher, you're not going to get anything done. You know, and you need to be able to put these things in writing, and you need to be able to put them in front of a review board, and you need to be able to put them out on the internet and
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
show
absolutely.
people.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah,
until that is,
that's why I think that's why I said I hope somebody hears it. I don't know, maybe somebody smarter than I am about computers or knows somebody more, but a national database on these fucking worthless cops.
yeah,
It surely can't be that hard to start doing. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I mean, it surely can't be.
I noticed in the chat there earlier that new Guru was talking about doing something like that.
I did not see that. Yeah,
Let me
I was
see.
having issues.
Yeah. Where is it? I
Yeah, but
know.
you know, I mean, it just doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, hell, in today's world, I'm sure there's somebody out there smart enough to design an app that could do that shit. You know what I mean? And that where, you know, if you get an Officer Smith that rose in your town, and obviously he's not a 21-year-old kid or something like that, and you see this middle-aged cop that shows up as a brand new rookie, and you're going like, huh, where did Officer Smith come from? Well, plug his name in the database, and oh yeah, he just shot so-and-so over in New York. You know what I mean? That's where he came from. He just quit his job, you know, and got hired over here. And that's all they do is they just keep transferring around. There's got to be a way to freaking track these assholes. I mean, all the information's out there, but the government's definitely not going to do it because they don't want to do it, because it would behoove them to do it because it makes their job harder, and they don't want anything to make their job harder. They're too busy stealing. You know what I mean? They don't want to actually have to work. So, you know, but yeah, so I mean that's kind of what I had kind of hopes for, that, you know, a lot of those, and that's why I say that, you know, I'm not a 1A auditor or any of that crap. I'm just a supporter, but I've been in it a very, very, very long time. And like I said, I just like to help people with like building channels and stuff because of that's kind of became my forte. But I mean, I don't know. And part of that is, you know, like I don't even. I think like yours and Epic's are the only two places I've been on. I went on Lady Dizer for a couple of minutes the other day just to say hi, but I haven't been on anybody's panel in years, man. I don't go talk to anybody anymore because I don't see anybody talking any sense. You know what I mean? And that's why, you know, whenever I seen you, well, actually, I had found you before you got arrested. And just like a week prior, and I had just binge watched all your stuff, so I knew your contact info. Yeah, it wasn't much, but it was there. I mean, you had some long stuff, but I knew your contact information was in there, and I knew your name was in there. So I told Epic your name was in there and stuff. So that's why as soon as they hemmed you up, I started cutting a video. I didn't release it to public, but I sent it out to private links to people that, you know, I sent it out to California, sent it out to Florida, I sent it out to Texas, to people that I thought could maybe get the word out. And my biggest disappointment about that whole thing is how nobody, I won't say nobody, but I was pretty disappointed that not too many Americans showed up, man. I wasn't.
Well, did you see
I was pretty disappointed about that.
I do have to give a shout out to Sam on Keene Valley Transparency, though.
Yeah, he ran one later on that morning. Yeah, he ran it.
It's well over 40,000 views.
Yeah, and that's, you know, and he gets so much grief about that crap. But you know what? I don't give a crap. I think he's this has only been my only bitch for a long time. Is I don't like whenever somebody puts monetization on somebody's work, but whenever you're somebody like San Joaquin that's doing it for a living, and he's got a proven track record now, it's kind of a different story. You know what I mean? He's a couple 100,000, so it's kind of like lackluster now. I mean, look at how strong he's coming on in the last year. I mean, and it's 100% full-time commitment. It's not a let me go out, Let me see if I can start an argument. Let me see if I can get arrested, beg for attorney fees, take a plea, scoop the fucking money that I made, and then just move on and go scam some more cash. That I'm seeing a lot of people do. And I'm seeing a lot of people do that, and it's starting to piss me off, you know?
Like,
And
whenever I
nobody
go out,
asks.
whenever I go out, I always take my cameras with me now. I was blessed enough by KY Packer fan. He sent me this little baby here, so I take this with me, and I have a video camera.
Yeah.
And I take those with me now, but I take them just for security reasons more than anything, or in case I see something I like.
Absolutely.
I do mention every once in a while when I do the quick video, looking for terrorists, and I don't see any. And honestly, I don't really see a lot of them driving around here. But if you go to the police station is just packed full of cars. So it just goes to show that they're not actually policing. But like, I don't.
You want me to tell you, make an awesome video? I turned a buddy of mine onto this several years ago. Got him out of an expensive failure to yield ticket. He got charged for running a stop sign, and it was an extremely expensive ticket. And I said, "Oh, really?" I said, "Really?" I said, "Well, you know," and those guys are generally, most police stations are on 12-hour rotations.
Yeah.
And I said, "Just go down." I said, "You know where they all drive out on the main road?" He goes, he goes, "Yeah." I said, "You know, there's a stop sign there and a red light, right?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "Go sit down there and record that for an hour and take that into the judge and show that judge your proof." And he had like 180 cops blowing a stoplight and a stop sign.
Mm-hmm.
Judge released him. Judge wiped the ticket. Yeah, go record the stop sign that they go driving through in the morning, man, or the stoplight whenever they're leaving work.
Well,
that'll make a good YouTube short.
And the thing of it is, like here in Canada, I was reading their policies and that when it comes to traffic laws and that. And do you know that the police here in Canada do not have to wear a seatbelt?
I did not know that.
Yeah, they're not required to wear a seatbelt. And it's stated right in their policies that they do not have to wear one.
Really?
Yeah, you can check up online the RCMP Code of Conduct. And
that's amazing.
That's
really amazing to me.
Now, what's a number one killer of police? Do you know?
It wouldn't surprise me if it's traffic collision.
It's a number one killer of police are traffic accidents. And
yeah, I mean, you see them all the time.
You got traffic accidents and cops getting killed. You would think that, you know, they would wear a seatbelt, but no, they don't wear a seatbelt. The cops don't use turn signals.
No, they don't.
There's nothing you can do about it. You know, you could record them till you're blue in the face. You could have every cop in, like here in Moncton, I could go down there and record every cop that comes out of the Kodiak RCMP station. And I guarantee you, out of 100 cars that come and go out of there, 95% of them will not signal coming out of the police station to a main drive.
Yeah. But think about this, AC. Think about this. Think about if, I don't know, talk to Rice Krispie, throw this by him. How about let's all do a YouTube short video weekend for one weekend. We're going to see if we can get every auditor to go out and film shift change and film them all running stop signs and their stoplights going to from work. And every single YouTube channel gets lit up for a whole weekend of nothing but cops running stoplights and stop signs on every channel. What do you think that would change? Don't you think that would start to change? You know what I mean?
I think
it's like you're talking about, you know, like you were talking about earlier before I got here about chaining yourself to the steps.
Yep.
Think about it differently. You got a different tool at your hands now. There's
Yep.
different ways that you can get attention. And if you could get enough people to think about shit like that, I mean, and I think there'd
It
be
would be
enough
a start.
YouTube guys out there that would say, "Hey, that would make an awesome YouTube short video." Whether they're going to get in trouble for it or not, there's a lot of guys out of there that are just out of it for clicks and the views. Well, hell, that would definitely make
Yeah.
a click and a view if you had a video that said, 300 cops run a red light in an hour. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's going to get attention. I guarantee it. If you had 20 YouTube personalities do that on a weekend, they could generate enough views that would get national attention.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
And you would have, like, say, me here in Moncton and Jason Goddard down in PEI and Epic in Ottawa and Canadian Rights Media out in Calgary and Orange
Does
Man
Jason
Audits,
Goddard actually leave his house?
well, I'm not sure, but other
I
than
was going to
work,
say,
I'm
because
not
I've known
sure.
the guy for 5 years, and I've always known him to sit in front of a camera and get drunk and talk a lot of shit. I didn't think he did anything else. So, sorry,
No,
Jason, but truth's truth.
Yeah. But
So,
yeah,
sorry.
so like if we were all to do that just here in Canada alone, and then
Yeah.
you get guys like Rice Krispie doing it down in Florida, or maybe him
Right?
in the northern part of Florida, and James Madison, and you go over to Justin Pulliam and Extra Good Citizen, and
Yeah, man.
keep going right across from.
Yeah, think about just how a little something like that could change. I mean, look at how they're all changing now. Everybody's putting the big splash things on their names to try and get their, or on their titles to try and get their videos seen. Well, if they're willing to do that, well, why not go out and videotape a stop sign for an hour and see how many cops you get that run through it? And you don't have to make an appearance, like stand right on the corner. I wouldn't do it. I would do it like freaking sit off on the corner, man, where they don't see you. So they do it. So they act
Yeah.
like they normally do. And you know what I mean? The only way you're going to reach people is because, like, most people that, I won't even say bootlickers, just the average person that doesn't have an issue with the cops until their life is impacted, the only way you're going to reach them people is going to, all of a sudden, they're going to see a flood of these videos come across and say, well, why do they get away with doing all that shit? You know what I mean? So, I mean, bring people into it gently, man. And before you start just putting pepper spray in the face,
Yeah. It took my family, like I said, I've been fighting stuff like this since 1985, and one of my aunts finally, just within the last couple of years, actually understands and recognizes what I'm doing as a good thing.
Gets what you're trying to say.
Yeah. So it took her over 30 years to realize that what I'm doing is not against the law, and that I'm only doing it for good change and not bad change. And a lot of my family disowned me because of doing stuff like this. So
yeah, well, there's a lot of people out there, and that's, and that's why I say there's a lot of people out there that don't want to believe that the cops have bad intentions. And I wished I could say on the whole that they don't, but it's proven time and time again, I believe that they do. And here's the number one thing that believes me. You remember how cops were paid in the 1800s? You remember how the original police officers and sheriffs were paid? They were paid by the town, but they were paid per arrest.
Yeah.
They were, back in the Cowboys days, you bring in so many, bring them all in, dead or alive, $5,000 a piece or whatever. Well, now today it's become, Now today, that same structure is there because they don't want to say it openly like that because then it becomes policing for profit. But what it's called a performance evaluation.
Yep.
So if you don't get X amount of DWIs, if you don't get X amount of running red lights, your numbers go down. You don't get any promotion. So the most aggressive prick assholes keep going up and up and up and up. And and it's the same exact way. They're paying for them to do exactly what you didn't intend them to do. I mean, back in the old days, they wouldn't have got it. They wouldn't have got that money unless they arrested the guy every single time. Well, they got rid of all those laws because then it became policing for profit. So then they just changed it to performance evaluations. And then what you do now is you take the most violent I don't give a crap what department you go to. You go find out who their field training officer is. They call him FTO.
Yeah.
They are always the most aggressive, violent officer on staff that they turn into the FTO.
Yeah.
And then what he does is he takes these young recruits that are 19 years old, barely behind the years now anymore, that's never had a job in their life, now put a gun in their hands, and this guy's thumping it into their head that everybody's the enemy, everybody's out to kill you. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And they put the most asinine officer in charge of the good ones, or not, I won't even say the good ones, the ones that even have a chance to become good ones.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And ruins them as soon as they walk in the station. And it happens everywhere, man. I don't care what town you're in. And if somebody listens to this, go find out who your FTO for your area is. Go do a background check into the guy. I guarantee you, he's the most violent officer that's ever served in your town, precinct, township, city, whatever you want to call it. Guaranteed he's going to be the most violent one.
Yep.
And they always he's now the official training officer.
Yeah.
That ought to tell people what's coming. And like I said, you can't beat the foot soldier.
No.
You know what I mean? You can't. So standing out there fighting with a camera in their face, I mean, you can see that it's making change in places like Tom Zebra.
Mm.
I don't know how long you've been watching Tom Zebra.
All years.
Okay. Do you know how long Tom Zebra has been doing this?
13 years now, I think he said, since 2007.
I thought he was like 2002.
Oh, it could be.
I think he was around 2002. Yeah, I think he was 2002 whenever he went in. And that's why I find it funny whenever people refer to as News Now Houston as the Godfather. Well, he's not.
No.
But the thing is David definitely does have a polished speech about him. He acted in a professional manner. I don't care about, you can say what his charges, but I'm just talking about him as an auditor.
Yeah.
He acted in a professional manner. The problem is Tom stayed in a little area. He didn't care about the rest of the world. He wanted to change his neighborhood.
Yeah.
And that's all Tom's ever cared about. He's cared about his neighbors. He's cared about the homeless dude on the street. And that's why most people don't realize how long Tom Zebra has been doing it. But he wasn't out to change the world. He wasn't out to get 100 million subscribers. He never cared about that. He was just trying to change his local department. And I think once people get back to trying to change your local department before you start running across the nation and trying to change every post office, why don't you change your local place? Because because like your relatives took you 30 years. If somebody's just running from one post office to the next, what does his family see? They don't see anything of his work. You know what I mean? And the way I am, I want things around here to be better than whenever I left it. I get it that I ain't going to change the world, but I don't want to see my kids left to just a piled up hunk of shit where they live. Now they may not live here, but it may make it better for somebody else's kids. And I think that's the way. Like I said, I'm a real big proponent of making positive, effective change. And there's a
Yeah.
lot of people that can say a lot of crap about that, but you know what? I believe that once it starts at my little town, once it starts at your little town, and if people just concentrates on the little spots, pretty soon the little spots start bleeding over to the big spots.
Yeah.
But you know, everybody's got this, oh, I want to be, you know, San Joaquin, I want to be News Now Houston, I want to be PayPal Patty, you know what I mean? They're thinking about the money,
Yeah.
and it's not about, it has nothing to do with the 1A. They're just trying to do a YouTube channel for money.
Yeah.
And it's not about 1A. So, you know, maybe I'm wrong about it, but that's the way I see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I can't, you know what I mean? I can't fault a guy though. If you got a talent for it and you think you can make money at it, moving around, like look at James Freeman, he's obviously got a talent at it, moves around and he does well at it. I can't fault a guy for wanting to make a wage and a living. I mean, that's what anybody wants to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I won't fault a guy for trying to make a YouTube channel that will make money. And that's like what I told you, what I do. I don't have a problem trying to help people make money because I know how to do that.
Yeah.
But
Well,
don't
look
tell
at
me.
Chuck Bronson.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
This is
Yeah,
all he does for
Yeah.
a living. Like he was on the show last night. I don't know if you caught it or not, but he was here last night, and
I missed.
he even said straight up, this is what he does for a living.
Yeah.
And so you got guys that actually do it for a living, and yeah, they may be a little bit e-bagging or whatever, but you know, if it wasn't for guys like Chuck Bronson out there doing what he does, nobody would know what's going on.
Absolutely. 100% a guarantee. Believe that wholeheartedly. And you know, it's like Eric Brandt. I've been a huge fan of Eric Brandt for a very, very long time. And I won't say I've been a fan of his actions and a lot of things he's done, but I mean, if you know anything about Eric Brandt was an activist. He was not an auditor. He's never been an auditor.
Yes.
And he went to the fuck cops as a result of spending years trying to do it politely and nicely and going to the meetings and trying to change people's minds slowly. And he got nowhere with it. And then he started carrying around that big fuck you cop sign everywhere. And boy, did he get attention real quick, you know? And I got to say, just as a personal observation, and I don't know if anybody ever hears this, and I hope you don't never think I'm never throwing Eric under the bus, but I think the part of the problem with Eric is he had a lot of people that pretended to be his friends that weren't, specifically, i.e. defend, pretend. If you ever hear this, fuck you, you piece of shit. You had peoples like him that went to him just because the reason Defend went to Eric Brandt because Defend was too lazy to do his own homework. And he just figured he would roll out to freaking Colorado, catch a lawsuit, get Eric to do all of his paperwork for it. And as Defend now says, I'm taking my money and my dignity and riding off into the sunset without having to do a stitch of work. And then he fucking ratted on everybody, you know?
Yeah.
And so I have a problem with Defend, a very serious problem. He was a crackhead from day one. Anybody who's ever known him, knew anything about him. If you just barely met the guy, maybe you should find somebody that knew what his original broadcasts were whenever he was in his truck in California, all cracked out of his head, using a $10 freaking Walmart phone. He didn't need no teleprompter then. He didn't need no teleprompter whenever he was imitating Yogi Bear and Eddie Murphy whenever he claims he was born 100% deaf. My deaf girlfriend said, she says, babe, she goes, did you hear what he just said? I said, no, what are you talking about? She goes, he's imitating Eddie Murphy and Yogi Bear. And I said, yeah, pretty good, right? She goes, no, did you hear what he just said? I go, what? He was born deaf. And I go, yeah, so? She goes, so how does he know what they sound like to imitate them? And I said, whoa, you got a point. She was deaf. You know what I mean? And as soon as I brought that up in this chat, whenever he was in California, the very first thing I said, hey, Defend. I said, and this is before I ever said anything negative to Defend. I said, Defend, if you're born 100% deaf from birth, I said, I got a question. I said, how did you know how to imitate Yogi Bear and Eddie Murphy if you never heard them? Ban. Never even acknowledged anything, just banned me from his channel. He's a spun out crackhead. You know? And so whenever I seen him roll into Dirty Mike's the other day, I make it a big point not to start. I don't start shit with people, dude. I don't.
Yeah.
But whenever I see an ace of spade, I'm going to call it. And that dude, he isn't here for no 1A. He isn't here to try and help anybody's rights. He's not here. He's not even here to help try and make a channel for himself. He doesn't even want to make a channel because I'm thinking he's getting paid from somewhere else, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
He's just here to screw shit up. And he does a mighty fine job at it. So to me, like I said, positive, effective change. What do you contribute to it? And that's why I apologize for Mike. I said, Mike, I said, I apologize. I said, I don't go around starting shit with people, but I don't like whenever, I mean, and then I just seen him the night before making fun of Mike Malloy's, how Eric Brandt got 12 years. He was in Mike Malloy's gloating how Eric got 12 years. And that really pissed me off. And that's why whenever I seen him come in Dirty Mike's the next day, I said something, because that's what he does is he goes around little spots from people to try and find new guys like you that doesn't know anything about his past. And then he just starts worming his way in. And whenever he went to Colorado, I tried to reach out, and Eric Brandt is definitely his own man. Take it under advisement, but he said, I like to take people and I learn from my own mistakes. And, you know, we eventually had words about that. And he said, you're right. I said, I know. I said, I know, but I wish you would have had to learn the hard way, because it doesn't do good for anybody. You know what I mean? It's not like I wanted to gloat and say, oh yeah, I told you. I didn't want nobody to have to go through that crap. But it rolls downhill because it makes everybody look bad, man. It makes everybody look bad. And like I said, to the people that are in that church pew around that 500, or that one person that just got maced, what do they know about anything about any of this until that day it happens? So if somebody flicks on a channel and all they hear is a panel of people yelling and screaming and pissing and moaning, do you think anybody's going to come in and, just kind of hang out and say, oh yeah, I want to learn what these guys are about? No, man, I'll turn on Jerry Springer if I want to hear that shit. So I don't know. But anyways, did I miss somebody in chat? Oh,
So
I wasn't looking.
people were saying that I can't prove how much money I make and stuff. This,
You can't prove how much money you make?
Well, people,
that-
I can't prove it. Well, there it is. I make $799 a month on a disability. You see, monthly disability, I get an extra $100.
Let me ask you this, Defend. Why should you have to prove how much you make? Why does it matter?
No, I'm not Defend, but no, people say that they see my PayPal account and that, and they say, oh, I'm only in it for the money, blah blah blah. And like, I've never once asked anybody for money. I put it up there. If people want to donate, I tell them exactly what I'm using it for.
Hey guys, just so you know, I'm the one that told him to open a PayPal account, and he's originally said he couldn't get one in Canada. I'm glad he finally got one. I really wish he wouldn't. You ought to just be using Cash App because, like I told you, eventually PayPal will
Cash App
come up
isn't
and bite you.
Cash
Oh, Cash
App
App's
isn't
not available.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it
Cash
doesn't.
App and Venmo and that,
Yeah, it doesn't
they're
matter,
not
man.
available in
It
Canada.
doesn't matter what you make. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you
Mm.
make. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like I said, that's that's why I said if people want to support you, and I think if you got a decent message of what you're trying to do, you ain't trying to do anything stupid, overboard, over the top. You're not talking about taking no trips to Hawaii to go film over in Hawaii, are you? I haven't heard you say anything like that.
I can't even
I
get a
mean,
passport, so I can't even leave Canada.
exactly. So I mean, if people want to support you to try and help you, like, what does it matter? People are
Yeah,
there's always going to be people out there. I don't give a crap. There's always going to be somebody out there that will donate for something, some reason, something, for some why. And you or I may not ever understand it, whether it's because they had a dog that was that color or they had a cat that looked like his.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You never know. And if they want to support that, YouTube is driven. That is the way YouTube works.
Yeah.
Is it wrong for a guy? Now, whenever you get a guy like PayPal Patty that says, "Hey guys, I'm driving out to Colorado to see Eric," and then 5 minutes later he stops at the stop sign and says, "Oh, hey guys, I'm down the street. I need gas money to go see Eric." And then an hour later, "Hey, I'm at the gas station. I need some money because I'm going out or something to eat because I'm going out to see Eric." That's whenever I have a problem with it.
Yeah.
But whenever you got just a PayPal app out there, and if somebody wants to support your work, you know what I mean? That's the way YouTube is. It has nothing to do with it. Now, I mean, there's some people that, like I said, some people that are strictly money based off of this, and then there's some people that are just like Tom Zebra. I mean,
Yeah.
Tom Zebra literally could have made money at YouTube. I've been trying to buy a T-shirt off it. I've been trying to buy a T-shirt off Tom for 5 years, and he won't answer a freaking email.
You gotta go to Sharks. If you go to teesprings.com/Laura Sharks.
Well, that's what he told me here just last time. He says, "Go to Laura Shark," and I'm like, "Well, why would I go to Laura Shark?" And he's like, "She's handling that now." I'm like, "Okay." So she's running this Teespring. So, but yeah, I mean, yeah, there's people out there that are good about making money about it. There's some people that aren't. There's some people that don't care. But if YouTube is driven that way, if you don't like people putting out a PayPal or a Cash App, why don't you leave YouTube? That's the way YouTube is designed. That's, you know what I mean?
Yeah. If
I mean,
you don't
if
like it, there's 90 million other channels.
Yeah, that too. But yeah, I mean, what does it matter how much you make? I mean, there's some guys that I know that got retired police pensions that are sitting out here with their Cash App and why don't you go mess with those guys? You know, why don't you go mess with the guys that are doing the undercover work? Why don't you go mess with them that are still e-begging? You know, I mean,
like you got ex-cops now that are First Amendment auditors. Look at James Madison Audits. He was a cop for 8 years and he quit.
Oh, was he? Okay, yeah, I heard. I haven't really I've seen 1 or 2 of his videos, but I knew one of those guys was, but I wasn't sure who it was.
And Texas Sheepdog.
Oh yeah.
Ex-law enforcement.
Yeah, Sheepdog. Yeah.
You know, there's a couple others of them. I can't remember them right off the top of my head, but there's a couple of them out there that are ex-cops that do this. There's one there's one ex-cop that's out there that I can talk to, and that's Police Brutality Matters. Have you seen that channel? The guy is an ex-cop. Yeah. Police Brutality Matters.
Really?
And yeah, if you check that out, the guy is an ex-cop, and he will tell you straight up. His videos are short. and he gets to the point, and he calls out other cops.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and like it's guys like that that I would support in heartbeat. But it's guys
Yeah.
like, again, it comes back to like guys like PayPal Patty and that I wouldn't, I watch PayPal Patty for comedy. That's the only reason
Yeah,
why
he is.
all it is a comedy show or a drama show. If it's not comedy, then he's always bitching about something or somebody. Oh, what happened? Oh, there you are. So, you know, the to go out and do stuff like that, and it just doesn't make sense. But when it comes to that one guy though, police brutality matters. I forget the guy's name, Ebbs or something like that.
I just found it
Yeah, but
here. I'll drop it in private chat so you can drop it to. Yeah, throw it out there and throw it out there in your in your channel or in your post that so that way if people come along and watch this later they can find it. I just sent you the link in private chat.
Yeah, I screwed up here. Now I did it again, screwed up. Going to
yeah, if you click inside the box, if you just hit Control A and then Control C, it'll cut it. So, but he's an ex-cop, huh? There's this dude from the East Coast that I've been watching. Well, he's near. I think he's near Boston, Mass. What is that guy's name? And not Boston, not quite Boston, Mass. It was something starts with an L. I always forget his name, but he's like super, really just. He conducts himself, I would say, extremely professional. And he approaches it by, this is what I'm doing, this is why I'm doing it. And the other day he was in the back of a station filming, and he had 3 cops grab him, got it on video. And this is 2 weeks later. Internal Affairs still won't even give him the name of the cops. They weren't even in uniform. And they were going to trespass him for being on public-private property.
Well, I've been trying to the cops name that arrested me in my bedroom, and they refused to give me that information.
Yeah, dude, I went back and looked at that, trying to see if I could get any there was no even like department insignias on those guys that I could see. I mean, it just was straight blacked out, and one just had a sign that said police across the front. And maybe it was because of my phone, but I couldn't see anything on their hat. I was like, who are they with? You know what I mean? It's like,
so that's the RCMP badge on one of their shoulders. It's RCMP, but that's it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man, they didn't have like anything. You know, did they have body cams on, bud?
RCMP in Canada do not have body cams anywhere. So they don't even have dash cams.
They don't have dash cams?
Nope.
Why don't you start a thing for that, man? You would think hasn't there just been a RCMP car that just went on a mass shooting? I mean, they probably would have liked to have had a dash cam in that thing to see what that guy did.
You know, that was an ex-cop car that he bought at an auction, and
oh, so he didn't steal it. Okay,
no,
I thought he stole it.
An ex-cop car, and when you peel the stickers off, you'll see the outline of it. You know how that works? Like when you peel stickers off of the you'll have like the outline, and that's what happened when all the letters were peeled off before it goes to auction, and you could still see them. You could still see the
Still see it.
crest and stuff like that, and you knew it
Wow,
was an
dude.
ex-cop car. So, but then again, we had 2 other shootings by cops here in the East Coast. There was a woman. They did a mental health check on her. She came out with a knife, and instead of grabbing a taser or fucking pepper spray or anything else like that, the first thing that they did is they went for the fucking deadly force and shot her and killed her right in her own driveway. The same thing happened again about a month later in Nova Scotia, and this is all just this year. And it was all by the RCMP. And both of those cops have been off on paid leave, and I can guarantee you that they both get off. Now, here in Canada, you get at least 7 months to a year of leave before you get to actually go to court. So they're looking at 7 months to a year of paid vacation, of full benefits and everything before anything even happens to them. You know,
Huh.
we got enough, you know, look at the cop in Hamilton, 4 years now, over $500,000 we paid in tax money for him to be sitting at home. We had those cops out in Vancouver. They were on I believe 2 of them were on a leave for over 2 years, got full benefits, full pay. And then they get their job back, no repercussions whatsoever. So, a few years ago, we had a guy here by the name of Justin Burke that shot 5 cops, killing them. Now, that all stemmed over the cops killing somebody. There was a guy on the hood of a car at the Coliseum here in Moncton, and he had a screwdriver in his hand. All he had was a screwdriver. And he started stabbing at the car. He was having a mental health issue. Well,
Oh shit.
the guy ended up driving off with him still on the car, and then the police come up, and instead of trying to pepper spray him or anything, what's the first thing they do? They shoot and kill him. And
Wow.
that cop was off for a year. When that cop went to the review board and they found that he was just in doing what he was doing, the very next day, just went out and shot those 5 cops. And I know that for a fact because I lived, and I'm living there now, in the same trailer park that Justin Burke lived. At the
Oh
time, I
wow.
lived right across the road from him, and he used to come over. We'd smoke a joint, and we'd shoot the shit. We'd work on. I had a bicycle at the time with a 50cc engine on it. He'd come
Yeah.
over, help me tune it up and shit like that all the time. The guy was a nice guy, but because of the cops, he snapped.
Yeah.
And
Well, you know, I
you
mean,
know,
sometimes that happens, man.
yeah.
It happens. I mean, you know, I mean, that's what happened to my brother. He was just a cop that snapped the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, he wasn't a cop anymore, but you know, I mean, there's, you know, and that's, I'll tell you, here's, you know, speaking of mental health issues, this is a severe problem in the States here, brother. Is, you know, in America, most people who have a bunch of domestic violence issue, mental health issues, can't carry a gun, except for the guys that come out of the sandbox that's been at war for the past 20 years. You know, most of those. My brother came out of the military pretty jacked up, and he was carrying a gun for the feds, but he didn't want to go to the VA and talk to him about the mental health issues because they were going to take his gun. And see, the feds will do that real quick. Local departments don't. So you'll get a lot of these guys that come out of the military, and this is kind of where I see the wrong tool for the application. Either they get a bunch of kids that were picked on in school that now got a gun and a badge and became the bullier, or they get some guys that come out of the military that either are screwed up or they liked it too much.
Yeah.
And they just get to continue on. and then they don't declare the mental health issues because they'll lose the gun. Well, no, well now they won't even lose the gun, because whenever they signed a law here a while back, and a bunch of cops lost their gun rights, and quickly they figured out they screwed up, and they didn't exclude them from that. And so, now the cops can have those mental issues and still carry a gun. But there's got to be, like I said, there's got to be a registry, man. There's got to be a way to track and get rid of these guys.
Yeah.
America spent the last 50 years telling everybody in the United States how worthless unions are. They're no good. You talk to just about 99.9% of the American workers, they'll all tell you there ain't a union worth nothing. They don't want anything to do with them, but they'll let their local fire and police be union.
Yeah.
They don't say anything about it.
No.
And you notice they very, and every time you ever hear the union stuff in the news, it's very downplayed, subdued, and they try and get it out of the limelight real quick. Yeah, they're union, but they don't want to, so they don't want to, show how much, great the union is for them. And personally, I think, because I was raised union, I think a union would be actually the backbone saving grace of this country if we went back to it and did a couple other things with our financial system, but that's too late now.
Yeah.
I mean, that might have changed 20, 30 years ago, but not now. But yeah, so, and there's a lot of these mental health issues, and you got these guys, and that's what I really believe, man. It's like some sort of national registry. Why doesn't the civilian population have the right to know? You know what I mean?
Law enforcement has the right to know everything we do, but we don't have the right to know anything they do.
Right.
Like, how is that possible? They're paying us. They're not paying us. We pay them. That information is supposed to be public. There are some things that are private, like maybe the address of a victim or the name of the victim, or
there's his name, Long Island. That's the dude I was trying to think of. There's his name. Thanks, Big Red. That was the dude I was looking for while we were talking.
Yeah, I've seen his videos lately too. I like his videos.
Yeah, he's coming on strong, man. He's coming on strong.
Yeah,
he's doing a good job.
Yeah,
like I said, I think I mean, I get it that a lot of these guys are just click and view type people.
Yeah,
but look at him. He's not. He's never gone out there and gone over the board, and he's doing pretty well on his views.
Yeah.
Do you know who GTAG UPOS is?
No.
He's a colored guy out of Texas. You don't hear much about him. He's been around for a really, really, really long time. And he says the number one reason people don't know about him is because he doesn't have bad interactions. Now, he has been arrested several times for just being black walking in white neighborhoods. But other than that, he doesn't get arrested a lot. Generally it's racial driven, but he doesn't play the race card either. He's not one of those guys, you know what I mean? And
so
he's a smart,
like Philip Turner.
Yeah. He's a little bit more public than Philip Turner. I don't know what his job or education or what he does, but I mean, obviously Turner's an engineer. I don't think UPAG UAOS is, but he's a family man. He's got a baby girl, and he's an easy duty guy, man. Stop by and chat with him sometime. Check out his stream. He's really easy duty. He'll talk to anybody about anything, and he's just a real level-headed dude. And I used to laugh because whenever Joe Cool came on scene, everybody's like, "Oh yeah," and this was kind of Omaha was out there obviously. But as Joe Cool became on scene, they're like, "Oh yeah, the community has a black guy finally." You know what I mean? I'm like, "Oh come on, dude. There's been plenty of other ethnicities involved, and I don't even think Joe is all that black." But um, you know what I mean? It's like,
Mhm.
what does it matter? You know what I mean? And so now, and whenever UAOS gets arrested, he doesn't make a big deal out of his whenever he gets arrested on a racial thing. He'll turn on the camera, go live. He'll just be walking down the street, pretty boring stream. Doesn't do anything out of the ordinary, just talking to the camera. And generally that will happen. He's in the wrong neighborhood. You're in a white neighborhood, dude. What are you doing here? And all of a sudden he gets swept up. But he doesn't go on everybody's channel saying, "Oh my God, I was arrested, bail me out," and you know what I mean? He doesn't cry, spilt milk, blah blah blah. He just keeps doing his thing, and that's what I like about the guy, because he is just trying to show people in his neighborhood that, in his town or wherever he lives, that it's not against the law to carry a camera. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But I mean, I don't think he's going to go take 500 million watt candle power lights and shine them in people's or down streets at night. I don't even know if they were shining them in windows, but you know what I mean? If you're walking down the street and you're running a spotlight going down the street in the middle of the night, I don't care if they were shining them in people's cars or people's houses or not. If you're just shining the freaking light that bright walking down the street, you're going to get attention, And then it turns out, well, if PayPal Patty wasn't calling him on himself. Did you see that he got charged with that?
Him
Yep.
and
Omaha
who's now
and
OKC.
OKC, yeah, all got charged with it.
And it was
So
OKC that actually phoned. It was his
from
voice.
his own cell phone.
No,
Yeah.
from PayPal Patty's phone.
Oh, from PayPal Patty. Oh, no.
That's why PayPal Patty was also charged, because it was on his phone.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's been around for a really long time. There's been a lot of bigger names that has definitely done it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I would be a lie, to say that there's people out there that don't do it. But I just don't know why they would want to do it. But that's because they're trying to make a channel into something that it may not be otherwise. You know what I mean? They're trying to get the clicks and the views.
Isn't that just what you call clickbait?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I call it Jerry Springer audits. You know what I mean? They want that Jerry Springer sensationalize them. They just want that brain dead. So everybody comes running, I mean, and that's why Mexican Padilla blew up so big in the days, because, well, number one is, he's Hispanic. And so he brought together a whole demographic that ended up following him. But he's very loud, very outspoken, kind of like Eric Brandt, obviously a whole lot younger. But boy, man, did he get man, I feel bad for that dude in a lot of ways. I mean, I get it. He's his own man. He did it to himself. I had a car here. I still have a car here that whenever he had to sell his car and his wife had no way to get his kids and stuff to school, I try to tell people, I mean, I ain't going to send them money for a car. I said, but if I got a car here, if you guys can figure out how to ship it to them, I'll put the title and the keys in it. You know what I mean? Send it to them. I mean, they can have it. But what was amazing, nobody did. You know what I mean? And instead, he had that attorney take him for 10 grand, retainer, blah, 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 this and that, and lost everything. And like I said, I guess he did it to himself, because I didn't, personally like a lot of the ways he did things, but, it was still his own way, I guess, and like I said, there's a lot of things about the way Eric conducted himself that I really didn't care for, but he's his own man. I mean, at the end of the day, has to answer to himself, but, so that's what I like about that Long Island audits. Kids just real. There's another dude. Oh, dude, there's a dude I just found out of Florida, a black kid. What was his name? a lot the same way as Long Island Audits. I just found him the other day out of Miami-Dade. And he got assaulted by a security guard and stop. And as the initial cops were there, and obviously they weren't going to do anything about it. Later on, as more cops start showing up, one cop's telling the other cop the story about what happened to him. And she's explaining to this guy that, he, because the security guard actually ended up hitting him and he swept his arm away. Well, he was showing this to the lieutenant, and the lieutenant actually let him do the action to him. Well, as soon as Grace, get over here. No, Grace. Gosh darn it. Grace. Ah, shit. Hang on. Don't scream. Hang on, man. I gotta be right back. I gotta go get my dog. She just hauled ass on me. Give me just a second. I'll be right back, brother.
Yep. No. I would speak, but it says that I have nobody in here. So, just so that you guys do know, I do have my PayPal up. I'm not looking for money for myself. I'll be going out and feeding the homeless on Saturdays, and whether it's just sandwiches or if I'm able to make a meal or something like that. But the homeless community is where I do my biggest work, and where and I see you're back. So
yeah, man, I was thinking, just as I was coming in here and you're speaking about the homeless, why don't you teach the homeless how to pick up a camera or use their cell phone to make a YouTube channel? Just think if they make it, and some of them make an extra $100 a month, might be a big thing to some of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The problem with that is that people do, some of the homeless do have cell phones. The problem is getting internet access. So with everything shut down here, with people spending $880 fines for not social distancing. I don't know if you guys get those fines down in the States, but
no.
it's a hourly thing here.
Really?
People are getting fines left, right, and center here in Canada for not social distancing and that. So we have everything closed down. I think we're in what's called the orange right now. So a lot of people, like, I can't even afford to get data on my phone.
Can you go sit next to a library and load it?
You could if the Wi-Fi was on at the library, but because the library's been closed, so the Wi-Fi's been off. A lot of places are shut down, so they just shut off the Wi-Fi and that, because it's just one less thing that they got to worry about, right?
Yeah, see, our library, nothing ever closed the entire time.
Oh man, everything closes here.
None of it's closed.
It depends on what day it is. If they say that there was 50 people that got infected in New Brunswick, for instance, we would be put in a red. Everything would be shut down. You wouldn't be able to go to your local corner store or anything like that. You could only be able to go to Walmart. In Walmart, they'll section off whole sections of the store and say that you can't buy anything from there because it's non-essential. it gets pretty bad here. Gyms, stuff like that, they all close down. The only things that don't close down are liquor stores and pot stores.
That's crazy.
They're deemed essential services here in Canada,
Yeah.
believe it or not.
Well, you think about it, an alcoholic, if you shut him off of alcohol, that's a life-threatening issue.
Mm,
I mean, it literally kill him.
yeah,
So, but it is kind of ironic, isn't it?
yeah. And I've never heard of anybody dying from pot or lack of it.
No. Yeah.
So, to have like down here in New Brunswick, it's called Cannabis NB. And that's where the legal stores where you can buy pot. There are other stores around that you can go to if you're a member or something like that. But for recreational use, a lot of people just go to Cannabis NB. You can get an eighth there for $25. So, but it's deemed an essential service in New Brunswick. But yet, going shopping is not essential for some reason, unless it's for groceries only.
Huh.
I've seen the whole pet section closed off in Walmart. Now, I have my therapy cat.
Mhm.
I wasn't able to buy food for him at Walmart because that whole section was. I had to go somewhere
Really?
else. Yeah, I had to go to a grocery store and pay a couple of cents more, but had to go to a
Yeah.
grocery store to buy the cat food because Walmart wouldn't let me buy it.
Wow, man. That is crazy.
Look at what happened out west, for instance, at Canadian Tire. I don't know if you heard about that, but
No.
a guy didn't have a mask on and he was actually medically exempt, and Canadian Tire employees didn't care, and about 4 or 5 of them jumped him, beat the shit out of him and everything, and then one of the security handcuffed him and he got charged because he wasn't wearing a mask in Canadian Tire. Now,
Really?
a couple of months before that, right here in New Brunswick, my friend, he's in jail right now, but he got jumped at Canadian Tire in DF because he didn't have a mask on. They beat him up, they fucking put him in cuffs, everything, and then the police drug him outside, and he didn't get any charges or anything, but he was handcuffed, beat up, and everything by a security guard at Canadian Tire here in DF.
Jesus.
So, I was always a big, huge Canadian Tire fan. One of my uncles in Ontario was a franchise owner of Canadian Tire. My dad used to work for Canadian Tire as a head mechanic. And I won't go to Canadian Tire now because of the way that they treat people over the so-called mask mandate. And it may be a mandate, but it's not law. And that's what people don't understand. Too many people are scared of catching the fucking common cold these days, that if you're that scared that you have to wear and demand everybody else to wear a mask and you have to wear a mask, stay the fuck home. Get somebody else to do it for you then. If you're that much of a fuck bitch pussy that you cannot and you don't have the immune system or think you don't have the immune system, well then fuck off. What'd you do for the last 20 years that, I've been on this planet for 54 years. I've had one flu shot in my life, and that one flu shot made me sick for days and my arms sore for weeks. I've never had another flu shot. I've never been vaccinated in my life, not even as a kid. I've been petrified of needles. Now, back when I was a kid, when you got your vaccination, it left a big fucking circle on your arm. Every one of my family members has it but me. I did not get vaccinated. I don't believe in vaccinations whatsoever. You know, I don't have cancer. I got a bad heart, but like that's my own doing for one. That and
Yeah.
getting married will fuck up anybody's heart. But you know, I got beat up by the cops really bad. I have a head injury, so now I suffer from what's called narcolepsy. I could be walking down the street, I fucking pass out in the middle of the street. You know,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Gosh.
So, you know, I forgot where I was trying to go with this, but
Yeah, that mask mandate. So are
oh
they
yeah.
still preventing Canadians from traveling? I guess you can't travel with inside of Canada to different places either, right?
It depends on what date is. But
Oh, so
right now you cannot go to. I go to Ontario. There's one province in between us, Quebec. I live in New Brunswick, then there's Quebec, then Ontario. Now, in Ontario, if you're coming from Quebec into Ontario, if you're not an essential worker or have medical reasons to be there, or if you're not a resident, you will not get into Ontario. It doesn't matter where you come from. If you're coming from Manitoba
wow.
or if you're coming from Quebec, Ontario shut down. BC's pretty much the same way right now, according to my brother. He lives out in Surrey, BC, and a lot of things are shut down there. He builds high-rise buildings for a living. You know, 50, 60, 70-story high-rise buildings out in Vancouver. Everything's shut down right now. So he can't even work. So and you can't go from parts of BC to other parts of BC right now. It's just crazy. Here in Atlantic Canada, if I went from New Brunswick to Nova Scotia, right now, because of the way that this color code is, I think we're in the orange or something, we're not even allowed to go to Nova Scotia or PEI. And like in New Brunswick, we have one of the longest bridges in the world that go from New Brunswick over to PEI. And that bridge is mainly shut down. You know, you get the odd traffic coming across and big trucks and stuff like that, but the ferry systems are shut down. It's hard to get on a ferry just to go to PEI or to go to Newfoundland. So, and if you're walking down the street, look at the guy in Sussex, New Brunswick. He went to Tim Hortons, went through the drive-through, sitting in the parking lot having his coffee and having a donut or something. Cops come up, gave him a $1,500 fine for loitering in the public place during COVID.
Wow.
The
Yeah, that's
guy beat the
crazy.
charge. Don't get me wrong. And there's an organization here in Canada. I try not to plug them too much because they only deal with COVID related stuff right now. But there's a news organization called Rebel News, and they have
Yeah.
a website called fightthefines.com. So if you get a COVID fine in Canada, if you go to fightthefines.com, they'll help you fight those and pay for do crowdfunding for lawyers and stuff like that. And you know, every case so far that they've crowdfunded for and taken up in front of a judge, every one of them have been tossed out. Every one so far. And I think they're up to something like 600 cases or something. And they still have about 1,800, 2,000 cases. And it keeps getting piled on every day. New cases coming in. Then you got there's a couple pastors here in Canada that's been arrested at their church for having church service. There was one that got fined over $150,000 for having his church open. So you know, the fines here, I've never really heard of anybody in the States getting a COVID-19 fine. But here in Canada, it's a hourly thing.
That's crazy. Why I don't understand why they don't just knock it off, man. If people are starting to,
They
band
don't
together
care.
to fight them, yeah, they're
It's
probably making a bunch of money off of it.
well, see, again, this comes back to that they have to show their force out there so that they can get their funding. And if they show,
Yeah,
you know, when people are in lockdown, you don't have as many people going out, so there's not as much crime. So that means that maybe
yeah,
they don't really need that kind of funding. So what they do is they'll go to a peaceful protest and they'll incite violence, and then they'll start pulling people and just start writing tickets. In Montreal, cops were literally seen live on a whole bunch of different YouTube channels where they would just go in, see somebody. Oh, yeah, you're standing too close with me. I need your ID. Here's your ticket, $880. Now
jeez,
leave the area. Oh yeah, and they're doing it. It's if you really want to see what's going on about it, check out Rebel News. I don't know if
yeah,
you
I will.
subscribed or not, but
I
Rebel
think at
News,
one time I was.
yeah, that's all they're
Yeah, I
covering
think at one.
right now is stuff to do with COVID. And Rebel News is not just in Canada. A lot of people don't know that, but there's Rebel News in the UK, and there's actually a big following in Australia right now because anything to do with the Commonwealth right now seems to be getting hit the worst when it comes to this COVID.
Mhm.
Like we're still technically under British, even though we're completely away from it. We have the Queen on a few of our bills, and that's about it. Other
Yeah,
than that, we don't have really any affiliation with them. But Australia is still part of the UK, well, the British Empire, and
yeah,
then you got the UK, so they kind of work the exact same way. And because Canada is kind of in with the UK and the British rule and that these are the countries that are going and hitting the citizens the worst.
yeah,
You know, like I said, $1,500 fine for drinking a coffee in your car in a parking lot, $880 fines just for being in a public park. You're beat down and everything, and there's no retribution for this whatsoever because the police have 100% immunity when it comes to this stuff. A lot of people don't understand that, but no cop can be held accountable for any of their actions to do with COVID-19 fines.
wow,
Yeah.
that is nuts, man. Yeah, I know there was some guy down south here that just recently encountered a snowflake cop. He was in a store without a mask, nobody around, and this cop walks in and yells at him, "Hey, where's your mask?" And he
Yeah.
didn't realize he was on camera,
Yeah.
and proceeds to take this guy out and pummel his ass out in the parking lot. And plus, he was carrying a gun on his hip, which in Texas is legal.
Yeah.
A lot of places are, but the cop made a big deal about him carrying a gun. He's like, it's legal, but that's what they always want to treat you like you're some criminal, even though you're obeying the law.
Mm.
So, yeah,
Yeah, but when you
yeah,
confront them about when they're doing something wrong, they say, well, we're allowed to, or they just
yeah,
won't
right.
answer you.
Jesus.
I've literally screamed in cops' faces, give me your fucking name and badge number now, you cocksuckers. I will, and I've done it time and time again. A lot of it hasn't been on camera because, well, I didn't have a camera.
Yeah.
I've had 2 cameras smashed on me in the last couple of years. One just this year alone, I had a video camera smashed by the
Gee.
RCMP. In Halifax, I had a really nice SLR Canon Rebel camera, digital camera, and the cops literally just grabbed it right off my neck and smashed it on the ground, and then told me to get the fuck out of the area. So I jumped on a bus. I went up 2 blocks, went around, and came back around, and I tried to grab the SIM card. Everything else of the camera was there except for the SIM card. The SIM card was gone.
Yeah. You should have tried to. Was it on any local business cameras? You think? You think anybody got it recorded?
It was at a bus stop.
Oh well. Next time that shit happens, look around and yeah, I mean, like if it's even at a bus stop, then you're gonna have a possibly, a transit camera maybe on you. Then FOIA request the videotape out of it. If you guys have something like that, can you FOIA request over there or no?
You can.
Over here.
The thing of it is that it has to do directly with you, and in order to get most camera footages, it has to be okayed by a judge in order to get camera footage.
Jeez, man.
Unless you get permission from, say, there's a private business and they have cameras outside, you can walk into the private business and say, listen, this and this happened. Is it possible that you got it on video? And if possible, could I get a copy of it? That way you can do it. But other than that, like if it's at a government office or something like that where there's cameras, you ain't getting that footage. Doesn't matter if you go to court or not, the judge will just turn it down.
Wow, man.
Especially if they know that you use it in your defense, they will not let you have it. They'll look at it, they'll subpoena it, but they won't allow it in court. So that means that you don't get to see that footage. There are some police forces in Canada that do have body cams. Again, you cannot request those, like Toronto Police Services. In order to get their body cam, it has to go through court. You have to get a court order in order to get that body cam footage. That's what I've been told by about 5 or 6 different lawyers and that in Ontario.
Wow, man.
So them wearing body cams here in Canada, unless they change the access to them, it means nothing. Absolutely nothing, because look at the way they do it down in the States. I was just watching a video earlier where it was Tom Zebra, actually, where it was a few years ago. Him and Ricky Monday are driving down the street, and a cop cuts him off and then orders him over and everything. And the guy's body cam wasn't on. And you notice that he said that he couldn't turn it on or off, and he just hits it quickly. Now, if you hit the button quickly, it won't turn on or off. You have to hold it for about 2 or 3 seconds, and then it shuts off. And it showed on his video that when he finally confronted him about it, that he actually turned it on. You could see him actually holding it, and the green light turns on. And then he tells Tom Zebra, "We can't turn it off. Look, push the button, push the button, and it's on." Well, yeah, push it for 3 seconds and tell me it doesn't go off.
Yeah, a bunch of lying bastards.
Yeah. So there was another one where the cop just turned off his video cam, beat the piss out of somebody, but it was all caught on CCTV footage at a gas station. But again, that cop, nothing ever happened to him. And they're told that they have to wear if they're in a police station that has body cams, that they have to wear them. They have to be on every interaction with the public member, no matter what, whether it's a good interaction or not a good interaction, it has to be recorded. That's their policies. But yet, they can just go and touch that button for a couple of seconds and turn off their body cam, do what they want, turn it back on, say, "Oh, why did you slip and fall?" And meanwhile, your face is all fucking beat up, every fucking
Right.
hole in your face, and oh, you shouldn't have fell like that. We tried to catch
Yeah.
you. Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
what it happens time and time again,
Oh, yeah.
unfortunately. So
Yeah,
I
I
find
know.
that the best way for police body cams are, in today's technology, and we have this technology, is to have these cameras that are live fed to
Mhm.
a
Like a
server,
black box in the trunk they can't touch.
or no,
Yeah.
where it goes right to a server like a cell phone, like you are like
Yeah.
here on YouTube. It goes to the
Yep.
channel and it's
Yep.
stored. Well, they can have a private
Yep.
server. Look at Hillary Clinton; she had one. So
Yeah.
if you know, if someone like that can do it, then the police can do this. They can have the live feed, and when they go to the bathroom, they have to call in and say, "I'm on a washroom break. Can you stop my video?" And I'll be out in 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. And as soon as they come up, back out, and then it automatically goes to live again. But the only
You
way
know they're
that
gonna,
they
gonna
should be able
resist
to,
that as long as they can.
mm,
Yeah, they'll resist that as long as they can. You know. So yeah, it's too bad. Hey, in private chat, I sent you a guy by the name of Steve Pender's channel. It's called The Rig. And I know he doesn't do Canadian law or anything, but he's a pretty educated guy, and what he's trying to do, he's been around the community for a really long time, and he's trying to, he started up a channel called The Rig, where it's kind of a think tank where people get together and they're talking, or talking about case law, shit like that, and they're going to try now to start getting maybe a group of people together to maybe try and start thinking about trying to get laws changed and stuff. In my eyes, it's a little bit late, but it's better late than never. So maybe you might stop in there. Maybe you might stop in there. Because I just seen that he was live. I was scrolling through. I looked through and I got GTAG's channel, and I threw him in back chat too. And I seen Pender was live, so I grabbed his. Are you on the free StreamYard still?
yes.
What is that, 20 hours a month?
I listen to
What's that? You broke up.
Sorry about that. I don't know how much time I get every month, but
I think it's
I
20
just
hours.
signed up.
Yeah.
Well, I must be getting close to it because this one's 4 hours.
Yeah, 38.
And yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was gonna get off here. I got some crap to do, but yeah, I just looked up and I seen the StreamYard thing up there. I was like, oh man, I wonder if he's on the free thing, because I was gonna say you're gonna burn up your 20 hours. But yeah, I sent the link over to Epic. I was hoping he was gonna stroll in. I haven't seen Epic in a few days. So I don't know where he's been hanging out.
Get him to. He showed up on my stream last night, but I asked him to come up, but he didn't come up.
Yeah,
I would have liked to heard from him too, especially when Chuck Bronson was there. So,
was there anybody in chat, or are we the only ones here? Because
it says two other people.
One's probably me, because I don't know if
counts me or not. Because I was gonna say you can hit Ed and broadcast, and we can still bullshit. It just won't be on broadcast.
Yeah.
Which, so you can actually have like private panels too, where you can get together a couple of guys and talk, and it doesn't have to go out live, and it doesn't count against your time.
Oh, okay. I know one thing though, it is 12:41 a.m. here. So
Yeah, I was gonna say it's getting late because I know
yeah,
I'm almost 8 o'clock, so I'm at 7:40.
yeah.
So,
I'm a, so
all right, boss.
yeah,
So then I'm gonna bounce out of here, and I'll catch you later or something. But are you gonna be going live like every other couple of days or something, or are you gonna?
something like that. Yeah, I'm gonna try and
Okay.
do it at least twice a week. Tom Zebra was supposed to be here tonight, but
Oh
not,
God, I wish Tom would have came by, man. God, I would have loved to talk to Tom.
yeah.
He's a good
But
dude.
don't get me wrong,
He's
I really appreciate you stopping in and having this nice long chat. It's really appreciate that.
Yeah. I would have gave him shit about my
So
shirt.
mistaken
Damn it.
bacon.
Yeah, mistaken bacon. I want to get one of those. I want to get a couple of them. So, but if Laura Shark's handling it, so that I'll do it through Laura. I didn't know Laura was doing it. He just said contact Laura, and I was like, does she check her email more than you? Because he never checks his email.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, if dude, if Tom swings by, shoot me a link, man. I definitely want to be by if Tom shows up, because he's a good cat, man. He's real good people, dude.
Oh yeah. I love Tom. He was the very first auditor I seen, so
yeah, I think he was the first. I think him and Eric Brandt were the first guys I seen. I think it was probably Tom and then Eric.
Yeah.
Was the very first ones I seen. So
yeah.
And Eric took a long time to grow his channel, that's for sure. But like I said, he had a little bit different way of doing things. So, and Tom, I imagine a lot of his older footage he probably can't put out, but man, that guy's got footage for days and days and days.
Oh yeah.
You know, but he could put some of that stuff back out and put it on put it on a Premiere, and then that way show it, and then just take it down after the Premiere, get his views, and then shut it off so YouTube, doesn't come through and do their BS. So, but yeah, if Tom shows up, definitely shoot me a link if you would, bud. That would be cool.
I will, brother.
Yeah, he's good, dude.
I got you right here
One
on
of the
my
only
phone too. So
what's that?
I got you right there on my phone too, so I can shoot you that
man.
whenever.
Yeah, and then I guess sometime we'll need to sit down and talk about your computer issues and see if I can just walk you through some basic cleanup things so you can walk through and make sure everything's. It sounds like you're a little bit low on resources, because whenever it makes you robot out, is it an older laptop or something, or an older desktop?
It's a 2-year-old laptop, HP.
2-year-old.
Yeah. I think it's just because it's got too much stuff on it. And
too much stuff running.
Well, like there was a whole bunch of games and stuff like that on it. I don't play video games whatsoever, or any kind of game. So there's stuff like Candy Crush and all that on it.
You can get rid of a lot of that shit. Yeah, you can get rid of a lot of that shit, and it'll probably free up some more resources and make it run a little bit better for you.
Yeah.
I'm not big into the games and stuff either, so. But
yeah, so I'll get a hold of you, and maybe we can do.
Yeah, it looks like I'm 4 or 5 hours behind you, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
But I won't be sleeping much this week, so I got time this week. So if you want to sit down and BS about it, like I said, and
Okay.
then if anything, if we need to, we can come up on a private stream, and then it doesn't count against your StreamYard time.
Yeah.
So, and now all you got to do is go in there and you get a broadcast link, and you just send me that without ever going live, and then I
Okay.
just come in and then I join your StreamYard, and then we can be talking and not on live stream. So then it won't eat up your time, and then we could walk through some of your computer deals or whatever like that, and then see what we
Okay.
can do. But at
Yeah.
least you got a few of your basic problems fixed. At least you're now out to where you can reach people if you need to go live, which is a good thing. So I was freaking out, man. I'm like, like whenever you said you're going to go live Monday, I'm like, well, how am I going to see if you're live Monday? Because it won't even show a notification,
Yeah.
So
And that's one thing I did go through is I went through the whole thing like you were telling me there about putting it public and stuff like that. And I finally found that setting. I did put everything public. I just don't know if the notifications are going out or not. That's all.
I don't know if I think I got yours tonight. Let me see if I can open that while we're talking. Well,
No, I think I
wait, no,
sent you the link.
you sent, you sent me because I texted you. I didn't know you were on.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, because you had sent me a message and said that you're live.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll have to check again. But now that I've been hooked up with you, it'll probably, if I don't get your next one, I'll be surprised. But I'll wait and see if I don't get your next one, then we'll take a look at it again. So we'll wait till we
Yeah.
see the next one go. So all right, boss.
Okay.
Well, it's been good talking to you, man.
Same here. You
Keep
take
on
care.
keeping on.
You too.
All right, buddy. All right,
Take
we'll
care.
talk to you later.
Yeah. And good night, folks. Thank you all for stopping in, and please remember, like, share, and subscribe, and go over and check out Freedom to Film, and like, share, and subscribe to him as well. And there are a few people that I am forgetting. Remember, I am here in Canada, so I do have to give shout outs to all my Canucks here, and that's Orange Man Audits, Canadian Rights Media, Canadian Rights Review, Canadian Rights ET, Epic Cop Watch, Slow Burner, Dirty Mike, Jason Gadet, Auditing for Accountability Newfoundland. I know that's from one coast to the next. I know that I'm missing a few of you guys. I apologize. Melvin, thank you for stopping in. Big Red Ogre. There is Melvin, Big Red Ogre. Joe Dirt, Swamp Fox News. New Guru, Ross Khan, Necrodead. Thank you all for stopping by. Oh, look at this. Interdimensional Meltdown. Thank you also for stopping by. And I guess all that I have in here for now. But again, thank you all and have a wonderful night. And always, always, always film the police and film your government officials. And always remember that the Kodiak RCMP and the RCMP all across Canada, you're nothing but the biggest fucking terrorist organization in Canada, next to the Liberal Party, which is Justin Trudeau. So until next time, Justin Trudeau, put that up your ass.